Members of council, can you start to take your seats, please? Good morning, members of council and staff and special guests in the audience today. Welcome. Please feel free to join me in a moment of personal reflection. Thank you. The region of Durham exists on lands that the Mississauga and Anishinaabeg inhabited for thousands of years prior to European colonization. These lands are the traditional and treaty territories of the nations covered under the Williams Treaties, including the Mississaugas of Scugog Island First Nation, Alderville First Nation, Hiawatha First Nation, Curve Lake First Nation, and the Chippewa nations of Georgina Island, Beausoleil, and Rama. We honor, recognize, and respect the Indigenous peoples as the right holders and the stewards of the lands and waters on which we have the privilege to live. In our efforts towards reconciliation, we continue to build and strengthen relationships with First Nations, as well as the large Métis and Métis communities and growing Inuit communities here in Durham. We commit to learning from Indigenous values and knowledge, building opportunities for collaboration, and recognizing that we're all connected. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
We have quorum. Members of council, I'm excited to say that there is a bus outside the doors this morning, and this is the Route 917Z to the Toronto Zoo. We're excited to announce that the Route 917Z to the Toronto Zoo and the Rouge National Urban Park is back this summer, beginning on June 29th, until September 2nd. Residents can take the 917Z as a safe, convenient, and effective way to travel to the Toronto Zoo. Not only is Durham Region celebrating 50 years, but the Toronto Zoo is celebrating their 50th anniversary too. We are proud to commemorate these special moments in our partnership as part of the collaboration. We have wrapped one of our Durham Region Transit Pulse buses as a symbol of our shared history and commitment to our communities. The bus is outside of regional headquarters for the morning, and I encourage you to head outside on your breaks to take a look at the beautiful wrapped bus. Information about Route 917Z is available on durhamregiontransit.com. And Chief, maybe when you can take the chief for the day afterwards, maybe you can convince the transit driver out there that it'd be okay for her to sit in the seat and get her picture taken in the driver's seat. Mr. Bridgman, you have another special announcement for members of council.
Yes, Chair. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. At your seat this morning is a packet of pollinator seeds, which I, on behalf of the Durham Climate and Environmental Advisory Committee, are pleased to provide. So this packet of wildflower seeds, pollinator seeds, was distributed at all of the regional compost events across the region, all 8 area municipalities, between April 27th and into early June. We handed out about 2,200 of these packets. So we're pleased about that and to support the good work that the advisory committee does. And so we wanted to make sure you all had a packet as well. So thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, we'll look for declarations of pecuniary interest. I see none. We'll move along. Members of council, can I move for the adoptions of the minutes of the regional council meeting on May 29th, the closed meeting which is under a separate cover, the committee of the whole meeting, the committee of the whole, the closed meeting, and the closed committee of the whole meeting. Move all of them. Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Polls. Seeing none, all those in favor? In opposition? That carries. Mr. Clerk, that does all of the minutes. We have presentations next. We'll go to 5.1. Elaine Baxter-Traher, our CAO, on our commitment to excellent awards.
Thank you, Chair Henry, and good morning, members of council and guests in the chamber today. June has been a very exciting month for us with celebrations for our 50th anniversary as well as Canadian Public Service Week. As a result of that, we've had many opportunities to acknowledge the tremendous work that regional staff do for us each and every day. And today it's my privilege to present the 2023 Commitment to Excellence Award recipients. The annual peer-to-peer nomination program formally celebrates and recognizes the region's employees for their outstanding contributions to service excellence, leadership, innovation, and community volunteering. This year, 55 nominations were submitted, recognizing more than 200 recipients across every department and multiple divisions. Nomination submissions were carefully reviewed in early spring by the Evaluation Committee and awarded one of 3 award levels. These were the Star Achiever, Making the Difference, or Award of Excellence. Each award recognizes the value and values the work, magnitude, and scope of those noteworthy accomplishments. On June 20th, I had the pleasure of attending the award presentation ceremony, first time in person since the pandemic. Recipients were invited also to attend in person or virtually, and we have a number of recipients with us here in the audience today, which is fantastic. We're pleased to share this video with you to highlight some of the incredible moments throughout the ceremony. Heartfelt presentations by the nominators certainly touched all of us and underscored the exceptional level of expertise, dedication, and commitment of regional staff. So with that, I'll ask if we could play the video.
It is both my honor and my pleasure to be hosting the Commitment to Excel Awards ceremony and taking part in celebrating and recognizing all of you.
This is the first time that we've been able to do this in person since 2019. And I see the outstanding work that each and every one of you do every day, and it makes me incredibly proud and grateful because it certainly makes my job a lot easier. So thank you again for your committed dedication, and I really hope that you enjoy the rest of the celebration.
She models the region's values of leadership, service excellence, and inclusion in her volunteering.
Their warm and approachable demeanor makes them a pleasure to work with, and their commitment to excellence is truly inspiring.
These 2 individuals really stepped up immediately.
We want to personally thank you both for everything you've done and continue to do for the terraces.
We are forever grateful for all the work Danielle does to support sustainable programs for the region.
Through your dedication, accountability, and drive, you demonstrate what it looks like to live the region's values and work towards realizing our mission to meet the current and future needs of the Durham community. Everyone, will you please join me in congratulating the 2023 Award of Excellence recipients.
So with that, we invite you to view the full list of award recipients in your agenda package. Award recipients, as I mentioned, were invited to join us in the meeting today in person or virtually, and we extend our congratulations to everyone involved. So please join me in recognizing the 2023 award recipients.
So thank you, Elaine, and to the recipients, thank you for your excellence in your work every day. And if you choose to stay for the rest of the meeting, you can. If you choose to go out and look at the bus, you can do that as well. But we'll give you a minute to leave if you choose to leave. Members of council, that wasn't your, no. Okay, Ms. Clerk, we'll resume. Our next presentation is Mr. Gary Cubitt, Board Vice Chair, DRPS, and Peter Moreira, Chief of Durham Regional Police.
I won't touch it. There we go. Good morning, Chair and members of Council. Just before our Vice Chair speaks, I do want to introduce a very special guest here. Really not a guest. I'm joined here by our 2023-2024 Chief of for a Day, Kaya Jarrett. Don't let the name fool you. It was much more than a day. She's been at almost every single special event that we've had and has really helped us, particularly in this year as we celebrated our 50th anniversary. She has been a huge participant, a guest of honor at so many different events. Kaya is a student at St. Anne's Catholic Elementary School in Oshawa and has done an amazing job of taking over my duties. I asked her if she would be so kind in one of her last official acts here to take over this presentation here, but she respectfully declined. As much fun as it would be to stand here and speak to all of you, it's a movie day at the school, so I get it. I get it. The Chief for a Day program is run through our Police Appreciations Dinner and Awards Committee, PADAN, and has been running for 21 years. This program is eligible to grade 5 students from across all of our school boards right across our region. And we are currently promoting applications for the 2024-2025 Chief for a Day and encouraging all of you to share that in that process with your constituents. Information is available on our website and our social media accounts. Everyone, Chief Kaya Jarrett. All right, so Kaya's got a movie to catch here, and our officers are going to leave with her. Thank you. And I'll turn it over to our Vice Chair.
Now, Chief, you can guarantee that she's going to get there on time, right?
Thank you, Chief.
Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, members of Council, good morning. I'm pleased to provide the Board's quarterly update to Council with Chief Moreira. I would first like to highlight the Board's efforts to enhance its level of community engagement. Building the trust of the community is a pillar of the Durham Regional Police Service Strategic Plan, and this involves a collaborative effort on the part of the service and the Board to increase our visibility and presence with the community. As part of our outreach, and as many of you know, we are making the rounds of local municipal councils to hear from our elected representatives. So far, we have been to Brock, Skugog, Pickering, and Oshawa, and we will be attending the other councils over the remainder of the year. We want to give a voice to these councils on policing priorities and concerns. The board is also meeting with local MPPs with the purpose of exchanging information and highlighting areas we believe the province should be paying attention to when it comes to community safety. We are also reaching out to community groups representing the diversity of the region to strengthen two-way communication. Last week, the board received a copy of the Durham Regional Police Service Annual Report for 2023, and I would like to share a couple of statistics with you. In 2023, reported violent crimes rose by 5.5%, property crimes by 17% compared to 2022. Vehicle thefts were higher by 35%, and break-and-enter reports increased by 11%. There was also an 18% increase in urgent calls and an 11% increase in emergency calls in 2023. It is very evident that the demands on the Durham Regional Police Service are indeed growing. The board is very much aware of the community safety challenges facing the Durham Regional Police Service as it approaches Budget 2025. We appreciate Council's support and recognition of the resource needs of the Durham Regional Police Service in recent years. With the endorsement of Council, these investments aim to improve our investigative capacity, address growing demands and calls for service, and reduce call response times. And while there remains operational and capital pressures on the Durham Regional Police Service budget, we are also cognizant that there isn't an endless supply of funding available. I want to assure you that the board will be considering the budget very thoroughly and carefully in an effort to strike the appropriate balance. We believe it is critical for Council to understand the value of its investments in the Durham Regional Police Service and the impact on the safety and well-being of the community. Which brings us to Chief Moreira's portion of the presentation and an operational review. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of Council. It's a pleasure to be with you.
I want to thank Vice Chair Cubitt, and again, good morning to Council and to you, Chair Henry. I'm going to change up my presentation today. We've submitted our first quarter statistics and indicator package to all of you, and those numbers are important. But today, instead of focusing on the numbers, I want to talk about people. Numbers and statistics are important, but they are missing the human impact of what we do, and you know, they, quite honestly, they fail to speak to the exhaustive work that touches so many of our units and so many lives within our region, both of our members and of the community we serve. The stories I'll share today will help you see the human impact of policing in Durham Region. The first story has received international attention, and it speaks to the changing complexities of the world we live in, and also the exhaustive efforts that are undertaken to uphold justice and the law. We are not immune from these worldwide issues. The story of Aiden Platursky, a 25-year-old self-proclaimed crypto king, is centered right here in Durham Region, but its implications are felt worldwide. This remarkable story includes an alleged kidnapping, social media influence and affluence, and fraud in millions of dollars. Promising and actively promoting savvy cryptocurrency investments, Platursky had been embroiled in legal battles and financial disputes for some time. By July of 2022, the Durham Regional Police Service received the first reports of investment frauds from one of our constables. The initial report unraveled a complex web of deceit involving Platursky. It led to a multifaceted investigation dubbed Project Swan. The scope of Project Swan was immense. It is the largest fraud case the Durham Region Police Service has ever seen. It required the collaboration of numerous agencies and dedicated a substantial resources over a 16-month period. The investigation was led by the Durham Regional Police Financial Crimes Unit. Their team worked tirelessly, conducting more than 75 interviews. The Financial Crimes Unit sought the assistance of the Ontario Securities Commission, or OSC. This partnership was crucial as the OSC provided the specialized forensic accounting expertise, primarily through their forensic accountant, which involved more than 1,000 hours of work. That would have cost us, in excess of $140,000 had we outsourced this to a private firm. We are grateful for the support of the OSC team and their role that they played in managing the vast amounts of data and evidence. Through the investigation, more than 40 production orders were issued, primarily targeting financial institutions. Thousands of pages of bank records were meticulously analyzed by the OSC. Project Swan was so sensitive and complex that the Durham Regional Police and OSC signed a memorandum of understanding to formalize our cooperation. The complexity included the involvement of multiple law enforcement agencies. The York Regional Police Financial Crimes Unit was also brought in to conduct some of the interviews with investors connected to the DRPS to avoid any conflict of interest. In addition, the Cyber Crimes Unit assisted in seizing digital evidence, while the CCTV team and Versadex teams ensured in securing and handling privatizing a number of reports and sensitive information. Project Swan involved DRPS sworn-in civilian members, including Financial Crimes Unit, Crime Analysis, our specialized Versadex system, and our intelligence unit, our Cyber Crime Unit, our Regional Reporting Center, our cell staff, our case management, CPIC, payroll, and our public information unit. All of them were involved in this investigation in some capacity. The investigation led to the arrests of Colin Murphy on May 10th of 2024 and Aidan Platursky on May 14th. The arrests were followed by a high-profile press conference involving the entire DRPS corporate communications team with media coverage from right around the world. Project Swan showed the extraordinary efforts and resources required to bring a high-profile financial criminal to justice. It's demonstrated the necessity of collaboration between various law enforcement agencies and regulatory bodies and underscores the critical role forensic accounting plays in uncovering complex financial crime. As the case proceeds to court, the extensive work of our investigators stands as a testament to their commitment to protect the public and reduce victimization, particularly around financial crimes. People literally lost their entire life savings. For context, we had reported 178 cases specifically involving cryptocurrency in 2023. That's a staggering number, and all of those have people behind them. It's one of those offenses that are underreported. People feel like they've been duped and feel ashamed and often don't come forward. And we know there are more victims out there, and one of the pleas we had was for more people to come forward. So this investigation is far from done, but it shows the complexity of some of these cases. Like many of us, story number 2. We can change the slide. Sorry? It is? Okay. I just want to quickly provide another fraud story that hasn't made international news, but it's about a hardworking couple from Whitby, and it was life-changing. Like many of us, this couple has worked hard at putting money away for their retirement. They wanted to pull, what is about $10,000 out of their savings to cover some medical expenses, and emailed their financial institution, letting them know of their intentions. They received an email asking them to verify some security details, including a maiden name and social insurance number. Little did they know that they were in the midst of being hacked. And the criminals who committed that offense reached out to the bank pretending to be the couple and asked for money to be transferred to 4 different locations. While in Florida, the couple learned that their entire life savings of about $300,000 had been stolen. They were obviously distraught and having no luck with financial institutions. Just imagine the panic and desperation you would feel waking up and realizing that your entire life savings had been stolen. Victims of fraud often feel crippled with feelings of guilt and shame. When DRPS was informed, one of our officers, Detective Chapman, was asked to go and sit with the couple. He went to their home and spent time getting to know them and getting the information about what had happened, and requested 8 years of documents from our financial institution to stay on top of it. This led to a number of production orders, and over the course of a 3-month investigation, he became the voice of this couple who felt voiceless. The victims felt clearly unheard and frustrated in dealings with the bank. They believed that they would never see their money again. Detective Chapman helped engage the office for this bank to get the couple assistance, and fortunately, Detective Chapman was able to facilitate a positive outcome for these victims and they were able to get their money back. I want to read a note sent to our organization by this couple involved. We learned that we were the victims of fraud. Our group retirement plan was emptied. The financial institution we contacted gaslit us by not returning our phone calls and showed no empathy or concern. It was clear from early on the bank considered that we had been that we had perpetrated this fraud / robbery. Detective Chapman, sensing our distress, telephoned us in Florida several times and always returned our calls. He arranged to meet with us in our Whitby home. He realized a fraud of this magnitude would be difficult to solve, but stated, I just want to help you get your retirement money back. He was good to his word. He is a testament to the profession, and we wish him many success. When we throw out statistics, the numbers don't really tell the story of what's actually happening in our community, in our region. It's important that you understand the scope of work and the efforts and the empathy that goes behind just one case that took us 3 months, but it impacted our community, our people. Speaking of fraud, between 2020 and 2023, we have received over 15,515 cases that resulted in the sum loss of more than $114 million. In 2023, there's a 24% increase in fraud-related occurrences in our financial crime unit, made 77 arrests and laid 676 charges. There was a reported $930,000 loss just attributed to the grandparent scams that we have all heard of. And not all are reported, so the real number is likely much, much higher. Older adults are disproportionately victimized by fraud, and we have dedicated specific resources to address this very serious and growing issue in our community. Next slide. My next case connects to another vulnerable population, youth. It touches the human trafficking, missing persons, and partnerships, and again highlights another positive outcome that doesn't come easily or by accident. It requires an ongoing dynamic that fosters trust, empathy, authenticity, and advocacy. Sarah, which is not her real name, went through a difficult time in her life between the ages of 15 and 17. During this time, she was not attending school and was entangled in the world of drugs, alcohol, and unsustainable living conditions. She was being manipulated by her traffickers, forced to engage in sexual activity for money, and often found herself in dangerous situations. She was identified by the Human Trafficking Cares team in 2021, a team we were able to put together, brings together victim services and a number of different professionals from many different disciplines together as, under a provincial grant. The HT Care team is a partnership between, like I said, the Victim Services and Durham Children's Aid Society, and it's just dedicated to supporting the survivors of human trafficking. There were daily interactions by DRPS staff, officers and staff, and we met regularly with our partners to come up with solutions to how to best support Sarah. In early 2022, she was placed in a human trafficking home for a year with weekly interactions, building that trust, the continuous drop of information. Many of the victims of human trafficking don't see themselves as victims, not in the early onset, so building trust is important. Through her own determination and ongoing support of the HT Care team, she was able to access the necessary resources and supports to take control of her life and break free from her traffickers and substance abuse. With the assistance and unwavering support of the care team, she was able to embark on a path towards a typical teenage life, accessing the necessary resources and supports to take control of her life. Our success is not always measured in arrests. The amount of time and commitment to changing the trajectory of one young person's life, which could easily had a tragic outcome, has a value, and that is difficult to quantify in the statistics. Sarah discovered the power of volunteering, which gave her a sense of purpose and opened doors for her first part-time job. With the newfound confidence and desire to continue her education, she reintegrated back into high school and graduated with a high school diploma. This was a major milestone for her healing and personal growth. As she continued to make progress, she returned home to live with her extended family, fostering a supportive environment that nurtured her independence. She got her driver's license and found more employment opportunities, showing her commitment to being self-sufficient and financially stable. Her determination and resilience paid off when she was accepted into college. She now has a clear vision for her future and hope to continue her education in university, with a clear goal to advocate for justice and supports for other human trafficking survivors, and this is truly admirable. Currently, investigators have monthly updates with her. CAS is still managing her and speaks to her weekly. The success story reminds us that with the right supports, determinations, and access to resources, people can overcome even the most difficult circumstances and create a better future. Members of our HT care team are so proud of Sarah and celebrate her strength and resiliency. Not every success is measured in arrests. Often there are barriers, including fear of their personal safety, and many just simply do not want to testify or be involved in the court process. But make no mistake, you can't put a price tag on the life of an individual who moves forward with their lives from a life of tragedy to one filled with hope and opportunity. And these are important areas for us to continue to invest in and continue to work with just one young person from our community. Right now, human trafficking has 3 youths that are under the radar for human trafficking concerns, but have more than 100 missing persons reports between them. The number of missing persons cases went from about 1,350 in 2022 to just about 2,100 in 2023. So far in this quarter, we've had 806 missing persons cases. If this remains consistent, this will put us over 3,200 missing people in our region. This story is one that many of you are aware of because you field questions and concerns of your residents about this. We recently had a high-risk sex offender come to our region after being released from corrections. Both the jurisdiction where he was previously connected to in the area he was released in stated there was no housing opportunities available to him in that community. The reality is that many of the organizations that have the ability to pick up individuals and leave the complex case to fall into others to manage. The individuals end up in our community when one housing organization originally agreed to house them. They subsequently revoked this agreement, meaning that the individual had no real connection to Durham region, but he came here. Our offender management unit became involved to manage this high-risk offender and ensure that he posed no threat to our citizens. This required a great deal of resources, including 75 team hours or 375 individual hours of just monitoring this one individual. That was just how serious we took that threat. We issued a community safety alert to advise our citizens of the risk, something that's available for me to do under the Community Safety and Policing Act. This is not something we take lightly. This alert received a lot of attention, and unfortunately there was widespread misinformation about his whereabouts. DRPS addressed calls and concerns from the community and elected officials, of course. Addressing misinformation that's spread on social media can be challenging because we are also bound by privacy legislation. I can tell you as of today, this person remains in custody. Our offender management unit has seen a dramatic increase in requests for service. In 2023, they received 416 requests for service and laid 604 charges. That means that while they're out there monitoring people, 604 times there was a breach, which is almost 150 more charges compared to 2022. Compliance checks were also up in 2023. For the first 4 months of this year, the offender management unit has had 195 requests for services and arrested 45 individuals, which is on pace to exceed our previous years. Well, not a personal story. I want to take a moment to talk about the issue that is on the minds of many of our citizens and many of you. Vehicle theft in Durham region increased by 35% in 2023 over 2022. This is not unique to Durham region. This is a national issue. Similar significant increases can be seen across Ontario with links to organized crime. Law enforcement agencies are stronger together, and initiatives focusing on interagency collaboration have been established in an effort to combat this growing problem. In the fall of 2023, the Provincial Carjacking Task Force was developed. The task force is a collaboration between police services from the Greater Toronto Area to disrupt the networks responsible for high-risk auto thefts, which increasingly involve violence, firearms, and other weapons. Members of the task force work collaboratively to maximize enforcement efforts against criminal organizations involved in vehicle crimes. From September 2023 to March of 2024, the Joint Task Force efforts have resulted in 124 arrests, 749 criminal charges laid, 8 firearms seized, and 177 stolen vehicles recovered with a value of over $10 million. To address the issue of stolen vehicles and the recovery within Durham Region, DRPS has launched a new dedicated auto theft unit, Project Attire. This project is an effort between Equite Association, a not-for-profit agency working to eradicate insurance crime on behalf of the Canadian property and casualty insurance industry. Together, we are working to combat and prevent auto thefts from happening. So far this year, we've had 645 auto thefts compared to 615 this time last year, an increase of just over 5%, let's just call it 6%, but much less than the 35% we saw increased over the last several years. My final story involves intimate partner abuse that is happening all too often in our region, and almost every single council has passed a declaration in relation to intimate partner violence. Year to date, we have had 4,041 calls for service that are domestic related. That puts us at 370 calls for service, more than this time last year, about a 10% increase. Year to date, there are 332 incidents where intimate partner assault charges were laid. The same period last year, we were at 271. But not every case our members are involved in results in charges. Statistics don't always capture the impact of our intimate partner violence unit and the victim services of Durham Region and the impact that they're having. A young female in her 20s was being severely abused by her partner from a young age. Officers attended several calls related to her, but there were never any grounds for charges. Someone from DRPS Intimate Partner Violence Unit flagged her and forwarded information to victim services to see if they could assist her in escaping the abuse. She was very hesitant to report to police because of the ongoing threats from her partner. Victim services worked with her, and with support from them, she was able to escape the severe abuse. She's now living in a new city far away and safe from her abuser. Another one of the IPV members supported a victim who fled from her abuser after years of physical, emotional, and verbal abuse. The victim had been living in a rural area in a remote, off-the-grid location with her abuser and their child. They had no running water or electricity, and he controlled everything, and would often prevent her from leaving home, and controlled when she ate and who she spoke to. After fleeing to Durham, the victim would schedule appointments to attend at our Intimate Partner Violence Unit to complete her statement. However, she canceled and rescheduled many times due to the anxiety and nerves related to disclosing information that she had never told or shared with anyone. Our members put her and the child in safe accommodations. She spent countless hours liaising with the police in the jurisdiction where the incidents occurred, but we put safety measures in place to ensure that her abuser would not be able to locate her or her child. The victim and child were able to celebrate their first Christmas with running water, electricity, and safety. Thanks to the DRPS toy drive, each child received a bag full of donations. This person and her child and her children are safe thanks to the hard work of our members in the Intimate Partner Violence Unit. As I've said number of times today, numbers don't always capture the support this unit provides to our victims. Chair Henry, thank you for allowing me to present to Regional Council. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you or the region may have.
Thank you, Chief. We have a number of questions. We'll start with Councillor Lee.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, Chief. Thank you for the presentation. There was a nice new twist, putting the kind of personal aspect of it. I want to start with officer management, or offender management, excuse me. So Chair Henry's brought this up on numerous occasions. DRPS has had to endure the cost of keeping tabs on repeat offenders. My first question is this isn't a new responsibility, correct? We've always had to do this.
Yes, we've always had to do this. That's correct.
Okay. And police services across the country have always had to do this. For the DRPS, and I don't expect you to have the stats now, but perhaps for your next update, can you provide the year-over-year quantification of what this costs us? right? Because, you know, it's very theoretical of, oh, we increased our man hours of following these repeat offenders. I'm sure there's some sort of dollar amount you could affix to it of each year, just so this council can understand what the cost is. Is that possible?
Well, yes, I guess anything is possible. I guess my challenge would be that we look at the offender management unit as a standalone unit, and so they only deal with the most complex, egregious cases. But the reality is this falls to every single police officer in the Durham Regional Police Service. Today, through our investments in technology to make officers connected and our partnerships with other police services, such as the Toronto Police Service, we have a bail dashboard now that officers have at their fingertips. So when they're out there and finishing a call in some location, they know who's out on bail in their area, and they go check that. So those short, sharp checks are all very important.
And we can't really quantify those.
And that becomes more difficult for me, only because they could be on a different type of call. And so while I can probably give you a ballpark, it certainly would never encompass all the work that officers do out there. And certainly our offender management unit is just a massive asset to our organization, and more importantly to this region and the
perhaps the unit then. I mean, the unit follows the most egregious offenders, I'm assuming. So perhaps just year over year of just the budget for that unit, because I think it would help us make in our decision making. So this council is familiar with my advocacy for a more diversified police force, and I think we've taken very positive steps in attracting new officers. My question this time around, and again, I don't expect you to have the answers now, is what's our promotion rate for racialized officers? So there's no way you have this now, but the next time you visit us, perhaps you can provide the 2023, 2024 statistics of the amount of racialized officers that were promoted from, front line to up, whether that data is available and whether we can track it and what those statistics are. Because it's great that we're bringing new people in, but again, you're very top heavy of, Caucasian individuals, and it's not, again, I've said this ad nauseum, not reflective of our population. And I just want to make sure that there's a path forward for those racialized officers to move up in command. So is that something that can be provided, again, next meeting?
I will, unlikely next meeting, and I'll tell you why.
Sure.
We have undertaken a complete review of our entire promotional process right now to eliminate any barriers. And we're working very, very hard with our an outside company that specializes in this. We're not looking at this process ourselves. We've actually tasked professionals that are in this field. And we're also working with, our various police associations, both the Senior Officer and the Rank and File Association. And obviously our Diversity Advisory Committee also has, a role to play in all of these things. So anything I provide you would be kind of looking back on a system that we're no longer moving forward with. And it's been absolutely our commitment to explore the challenges that have happened. One other thing that we have really invested in now is internal support networks for various groups, and we are working really hard at supporting all of those groups and supporting all of our members. Quite frankly, regardless, there's no one excluded from any of our groups.
Sure.
And we continue to work on multiple fronts to address the issues that may pose barriers to our people, particularly as we are making concerted efforts to be more reflective of the community that we serve. And I know this has been a priority for our board as well, and we continue to report to them. So my problem with kind of reporting right now would be that we're just in the process of making these changes, but in a future meeting, I may be in a position to answer your question more fully.
I would definitely ask for even previous information. Historical data is important, again, for this council to make decisions, especially during budget, of just, what is our rate of moving people up the ranks? Is there an unconscious bias that we can identify, that your police force can identify? I think it's important information to have. Even privately, if you want to send it to me, I would definitely appreciate that. And one of the points following on that is, Chief Martin back in 2020, the spring of 2020, said our police force is going to go through anti-Black racism training. It's an important thing. We're going to do it. And to my knowledge, 4 years later, we are nowhere closer to even having a vendor for that. So my question to you, Chief, is what is the delay? This should be a very easy layup, so to speak, of find the vendor, have the police force go through training.
So we continue to address the issue of bias in policing, including anti-Black racism, in a variety of ways. Every officer has undertaken, every single police officer, including myself, have undertaken a program of bystander training as well, and it focuses on a number of different areas, including anti-Black racism. Those programs, we have trained our trainers and have delivered that training throughout the entire organization. And we are also working with our diversity committee on addressing those issues. And it's also incorporated into our supervisor training. So we've revamped how we train our supervisors. And there are a number of different areas in which it is anti-Black racism training specifically has seen its way into our training as well for all officers. So we continue to work at those.
I appreciate that. I truly do. But that was literally a commitment from, again, I don't hold you to your predecessors' commitments, but they made this to this entire council, to the community, that this is specific training that they were going to endeavor to bring to the DRPS, not a component of training, but rather specific training. So if that is no longer the goal of DRPS, I think it's important we say so now, so that I stop asking this question every time you come up and present to us, right? Like if this is like this specific component of anti-Black racism training is not going to be a specific different line item, then it's just like, great, then now I know. But again, that was a commitment spring of 2020 before, Chief Martin had resigned or retired, excuse me, that was going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to tell you it's not a goal for us to eliminate anti-Black racism. Of course it is, and bias of all kinds. And so perhaps, you and I are maybe talking about the same thing, but I see this not being a standalone program. Diversity for me is not a checkbox that we kind of say happened over here and we've done this. It needs to see its way into everything we do. And so I continue to work hard at making sure that this is integrated into all of our decision-making and our promotional processes and how we reward, how we discipline people. Everything needs to take that into account. And so I continue to work hard at that. We stand ready to look at any program at all that exists that can enhance this. But the reality is that at every single rank, we need to be deliberate about eliminating bias of all kind, including anti-Black racism. And that is 100% my commitment to this council and to our residents and to our members.
I just want to be cognizant of my time. So my last question is, you and I have previously spoken in these kind of council updates of the amount of officers on medical leave as a result of mental health, and how DRPS could actually address a lot of our staffing needs if they all came back. So this is a bit of a twist on that, and I apologize if this is uncomfortable, but currently how many officers are being investigated for a crime or misconduct, and of those officers, how many are on leave as a result of that from the DRPS? And I don't need specific names or causes, but just would you have that number available?
Okay, well, we have to separate the two things.
Okay.
So first, there's presumptive legislation in this province. So many people will fall into that category. We also have officers that are absolutely being investigated. I'm not 100% sure right now what that number is, but the reality is that there's a process to be followed, and some of that discipline is dealt with in an informal manner, like recorded, but obviously not reported publicly. And so I don't have the statistics in front of me right now to talk about this. But on the issue of officers being off, we have invested heavily, including a review that is being done right now by academics who we have brought in to evaluate all of our wellness programs and how we support members to ensure that we are delivering the kind of supports to our members that produce the kind of results we want, where officers not only are healthy at work, but remain healthy, or if they do suffer an injury, they're back very, very quickly, including those that are, captured under the category of post-traumatic stress injuries. And so we continue to work on a number of different fronts to address this very serious issue, but this plagues not just the Durham Regional Police Service, every police service, and many emergency services. And we sit at a number of tables with our partner agencies to address this very issue.
So again, next meeting or next update, if you could provide the numbers of any officers on leave specifically as a result of being investigated for crime or misconduct. Again, we don't need details. It would help, again, from the staffing perspective and the transparency perspective to have that information, if that is possible. Okay.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you again for answering my questions. Thank you, Chair, for the allowance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Schumer.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chair, through you, and thanks, Chief, for coming out. And, I want you to pass on our appreciation to your entire team. At the beginning of your presentation, of course, you had a rather large update on, the massive fraud case that DRPS and a number of other agencies broke, and that's great. There are also, of course, many smaller fraud cases that your service deals with, and it's great that they are brought to justice. But and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but I wouldn't mind your input on it, and if it's something that you can take to the Crown or others. But the problem with a lot of fraud cases is that they will often end in a restitution order, which sounds great. It's a great media piece that this person has been ordered to repay thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. But after that, it's really up to the victims again to collect it. There doesn't seem to be any kind of mechanism in the justice system to enforce that. Similar to a breach of probation. A lot of these individuals never repay these restitution orders. The onus is often on the victim to take them to court. Now, certainly, as you get into big dollar amounts, it becomes worthwhile, I guess, to do that. But a lot of individuals, smaller individuals, or even organizations or businesses, it's a big hurdle. Do you have any comment on that, or is there anything that you can add to that?
Your Worship, you just highlighted an area, and I could probably give you a number of other examples in the criminal justice world where I'm equally frustrated with the outcomes. But that really isn't a police matter. In that way, we put cases before the courts and we work with the Crowns. Our victim support, I would say, and I'm saying this with 32 years of policing behind me, is second to none. We support our community, our victims within our community better than I've seen in my entire professional career. I'm fiercely proud of that. But we have also no legislative authorities to collect any money. And I would encourage people to seek legal advice on how best to proceed with it. But I understand and I share in the frustration and the points you made. I can't argue with anything you just said.
Okay, thank you. And I fully understand that this goes beyond your purview, and I guess maybe it's something that we can start advocating on, because I guess it's got to be dealt with through provincial legislation, I would presume. So it's because it does cause a problem, right? In fulfilling justice. It's one thing to get a charge. It's one thing to be convicted and see that person is ordered to repay, but they often never do. So maybe I'll touch base with you offline and maybe there's a strategy that some pressure of some kind can be placed on the province to do something about this.
So Mayor Schumer, there is asset forfeiture legislation, and we have been successful, but that's done up front when there are assets. Oftentimes these are, like crypto, what do you seize? And then you have to make there needs to be a connection between the property and the ill-gained funds. And so these add levels of complexity. Again, one that I didn't mention in my presentation, but is very real for so many people. So there is legislation out there, and we do work with the Crown attorneys, but at the end of the day, this is something when there's a restitution order for people to follow up with their own legal counsel.
Okay, thank you very much, and once again, pass on my appreciation.
Thank you, Mayor Foster.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Chief. Thank you, and for all the work that your staff do. Chief, prior to these presentations, would it be possible to get an email out to councillors looking for questions that we might have? And where I'm focusing is where we are asking for specific information. It's unfair for us to expect that you know everything across the entire organization, but you'd have the ability to come prepared or perhaps deal with those issues with the individual councillor. Is that something that you could consider undertaking?
Mayor Foster, a quick sidebar with the clerk. The process for the chief's presentations is going to change to committee of the whole going forward. Once the notice goes out on the date that the chief is coming, we can put that out in advance because we know when the meetings are going to take place. We will send a message out to members of council asking for specific questions so the chief and his team can pull the information that they need. So we'll work together with the chief and then the clerk to make sure that happens.
Perfect. And I mean, there are always going to be general questions, but when we're looking for specifics, it is unfair for you or any department head for us to expect that they've got that. So that was a great answer.
Go ahead,
Chief.
Can I just answer that question? So, Your Worship, my goal here is to answer the questions that you have, that everyone has. But you're quite right. I don't know everything. I don't claim to. But I would encourage every elected official in this room and right across our region to reach out to their local unit commanders with those specific questions they have. Our staff has a renewed focus, and I'm driving them in them, and we make sure that our senior people are at as many different things as is possible so that they can have a good understanding of what our elected officials and what our community wants. And so I would encourage everybody not to leave it for these meetings, but to really work with their unit commanders. And if they don't give you a satisfactory answer, I would like the opportunity then to address that. And I think that is probably the best way to deal with it, obviously subject to your thoughts.
So Chief, your staff are trying, and certainly from my point of view, they are succeeding.
Great.
So I'm going to move to the repeat high-risk offender. You spoke to 75 hours of work that was done specifically monitoring this individual. I'm quite sure I know what case you are speaking to. Does that include the communications required from DRP to deal with social media?
No, I have a small but mighty team in our corporate communications. They are often working late into the night, and they seem somehow to make it work and keep on top of that to make sure our community has the information they need. But in this case specifically, they spend a great deal of time answering a number of questions and well outside of our own jurisdiction here.
And I bring these questions forward for the benefit of some of the other councillors. So are you aware that this individual in Oshawa was cited and reported very, very frequently in Curtis, outside of daycares, outside of the donut shop? And can you speak to how frequently that individual was actually in Curtis?
Not in Curtis at all during that period of time.
And you're aware that on social media, individuals were suggesting that someone identified in Curtis, if they're in front of your car, you shouldn't hit the brakes?
I wasn't aware of that. No.
Okay, so the follow-up is, would DRP, or where does responsibility fall on the administrators of that social media site or the people who are posting suggestions that they cause physical harm, in this case, to an individual who's completely innocent. I just found that, and I know Councillor Anderson was, so many of our councillors were involved in this disinformation, again, possibly causing serious harm to an innocent individual.
Start any criminal investigation, I need a complainant, somebody to bring forward some information. I can tell you that if I just created a unit to deal with unpleasant things on the internet, or even things that border on hate and others, like we're already in that world right now. It would be the busiest and largest unit in this organization for sure. I can tell you that we try to address misinformation as quickly as we possibly can, but as you can imagine, I have to thread a needle here with privacy interests of people, and even those who are out on parole or bail or others also have privacy and rights. And so where I can, I push that envelope, and where I can't, I have to respect the laws it's written.
So, Chief, thank you. That was not a criticism
No.
of how you handled it, for the time and effort and in supporting Clarington councillors and innocent people that might have been run over. Thank you, and please take our thanks back. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you very much, and Chair, and thanks for being here, Chief. And that was my main question. I know during your presentation you alluded to that, social media, there's a lot of misinformation on there, which is unfortunate. I shouldn't say it doesn't trouble me. It does bother me. But yes, so when someone is perpetrating or going on social media and saying, yes, you should run this individual over, isn't this something that crosses a line that should be investigated? And I believe they're gatekeepers for these social media postings.
It could be, but it would require us to investigate. There are things that when they're put on social media could constitute a criminal offense. Things like hate and advocating for genocide, for instance, and other things could constitute a criminal offense, but it requires an investigation, and it requires us to dedicate some resources to do that. I also, while I have a small but mighty team that reads a lot, they can't possibly read everything. And so, these things being brought forward to a local division could help us better determine which ones would be in the public interest to investigate and which ones wouldn't.
Yeah, and I'll go a little further, because there was a homeless person hanging out at the Fresh Club Plaza that predates this person being released. And I believe that's the individual they were alluding to that should be run over. Even if this individual was the one, you can't go around saying you should run over anybody, period.
I don't disagree with you.
Sorry.
I don't disagree with you. You're right. Yeah.
Right. So I don't know if there's anything you can do at this point to just send a message that people should be mindful, because there are consequences to a community. It creates panics and
I think that we all have a collective responsibility in this area. I think every institution, and including the elected officials, in getting that message out. Respect on the internet is not always demonstrated.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. And through the chair, another topic that I wanted to raise. I believe we talk about enhanced community engagement, etc., and being inclusive. The diversity committee, which we have, I believe most municipalities have one.
Mm-hmm.
They had asked for someone to come out and speak on diversity issues, but there was really nobody at DRPS that was versed on the subject or could speak to that. I thought that was something that you would have had in place, someone that can address the community concerns.
We do. And if after this meeting, sir, we can connect, I'd like to know a little bit more about the details that you're speaking of and learn a little bit more.
Yes, so to follow up, because there was no one, the inspector has agreed to come, but she wasn't well prepared, so she's coming in September instead. That's Inspector Finatieri.
Yep.
So I found that concerning that, how diverse Durham region is becoming and is, that there wouldn't be folks in charge that can address those concerns that would come up from various members of the community.
Yeah, I would love to know more about that situation specifically, but I think it's also important to acknowledge that diversity is not always visible. There's other ways that people in different intersections that people have and hold in their lived experience, and so everybody brings something to the table. And but I would love to know a little bit more about that specific incident, sir.
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
I will speak. One other question, I said I was finished. There was a shooting in Bowmanville. I believe it was Guildwood a few weeks ago, and they was posting on social media again. There I go again. And I got a few calls if there was any threat to the community at large resulting from that.
Yeah, again, this is something that an immediate call to the commander, I think would be very beneficial. I can tell you that when there are threats to the community, or when we do experience major incidents, we always put out a message that tells the public what to do next, or if there's any steps that we want them to take. Almost all of our shootings in Durham region seem to be very targeted and very focused on the individuals actually involved. And so there's, I'm not going to say no danger to the public. There's reduced danger to the public, because anyone discharging a firearm in our region is putting everyone in danger. And so I take that very, very seriously. So our messaging has to be walk that fine line as well, because the last thing I want people to think about is that we're not treating it seriously, or that, that the impact on those that are living immediately around a shooting, that somehow we're dismissing this as no danger to them.
Okay, because one of the questions or concerns that was raised was that no information was being conveyed to the community. I believe you would. So could you probably make sure that happens? And
yeah, again, sir, if you're receiving this information, I would encourage you to speak to Inspector Finatieri right away. And one of the things that I'm absolutely building out within our organization is that our unit commanders are the most important people in every single community. I am quite honestly a figurehead. They are the people. My job is to support them in their efforts to deliver public safety and communicate. And our focus is very much on that. When we put out messages, we do so with the intent of informing the community. And while things may be interesting to the public, it might not be in the public's interest to know things sometimes. Plus, we have to hold back information for our investigations, so that we oftentimes these things are linked to other investigations, and so we have to be very careful what we release. Every time we put out a statement, it taints the next witness we interview, and we're very, very mindful of that.
thank you, and thank you for being here, and please convey my best wishes to all your officers. They're doing a wonderful job to keep our community safe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for coming out here and submitting yourself to us on a quarterly basis. My question is around the intimate partner violence. You said there was an increase of 10%. Is that an actual increase, or are we seeing more reporting?
That's a great question, and one that's almost impossible for me to answer. These things often happen, I'm going to call it in the privacy of homes, but not always. The reality is that many people are trapped in the circumstance that they have, be it financial or through abuse. People have to choose to come forward and report it often. But these things rarely happen anonymously as well at the same time. And so many people within extended families know of the abuse that is going on. And so we're encouraging people to report those things and come forward. And I think as we make it more or make it easier for people to report that they feel that there are supports in there, and to on this file, I have to tip my hat to Durham Region Victim Services. They're just exceptional at what they do, and it's those slow installments of building rapport that people begin to feel that we are an alternative to the abuse, and that they come forward and report.
It's still fairly underreported though, right?
Massively underreported.
Massively under, yeah. So I do want to compliment, I want to shout out to the West Division because I will always, because they're doing an exceptional job in our neighborhood. We had a shooting in our neighborhood and I asked them to come in and we put together a community healing meeting and they were able to address the concerns of the community, without revealing really a lot of information, but we were able to put their minds at ease and give them confidence that it was not left undone. And so that takes time and effort, and I do appreciate the fact that that is a goal of, at least I can only speak to the West Division because that's who we deal with, but they have been amazing for our community, and I know they spend a lot of time in Ajax, and so I do want to give them a shout out that they do work very well with our community and with our council. So thank you very much for keeping us safe.
Thank you, Councillor Crawford. I appreciate you raising that very important issue. And my presentation this quarter has really focused around the people and those things that we don't often see. And so these are important investments because it reassured a number of community members who take away just a little nugget, and maybe they're going to report the next domestic violence or the next suspicious person. They feel that the police are actually engaged because we are, and we're in those communities, and that's hard to quantify because there's no statistic that comes after that. But thank you for raising that.
Thank you. Councillor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Chief. I am going to voice my dismay because I'm reading in the media about these shootings in North Oshawa. So, I mean, I'm going to follow with other councillors. I've mentioned it today. When the people read it in the media, they're just not used to reading something like that. So it's kind of like a shock to them to know that it's happening in their neighborhood, especially in my area. So having said that, and as well, I know Councillor Mayor Pietri and I have been quite vocal in asking for a police station in North Oshawa, which in my mind, Chief, is part of the infrastructure of any community, especially the way things are going. Have you any comment on that? I know there's a feasibility study going on.
So we attached to every single one of our budgets has been a facilities capital plan. We have undertaken right now a complete review of our facilities, given the sheer pace of growth within the region, and we continue to look at a number of different alternatives and infrastructure capital investments that need to be made, including in Oshawa because of the growing population and where that growth is taking place. That report is almost finalized. In fact, just yesterday, I met with our staff to get a status of that. And so I hope to report to council at some future point, but first to my board, because he's sitting right here, exactly where we see our needs happening. And if they agree, then obviously it would be a move to council and working with all the regional assets that help us plan, manage, and execute those type of capital investments, including Oshawa.
Thanks very much. And just one other point. I know we, like in Oshawa, we passed the noise bylaw, but I'm finding Sunday nights, Sunday evenings between, I'd say approximately 7:30 to almost 9 o'clock, and that busy corridors, they seem to come out.
Mm-hmm.
The crazy noise machines that, I don't know, but I'm finding in that period, and other people have noticed as well, my residents, that what's with the Sunday night? It used to be years ago, I know, they drove from the A&W out to Harmony Road North, which it was just a straight, nobody was around. They had the drag races there. and the police were aware of it. But it's still the Sunday night time slot that they just seem to be out there with the noisy vehicles just going right at it for some reason. So I just thought I'd bring that up. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leahy?
Thank you. Really quickly, just a couple of brief questions. Again, thanks so much for coming out for Chief. The first one, you mentioned earlier in your presentation around the task force and things around stolen cars and all those different peoples. And from last time you showed the stats, we're around a 50% recovery rate for Durham, which is a huge improvement, which is amazing. With recently in the news, you saw that did that large capture of about like 120 folks, and about half of them were already arrested and then re-released. Have we had any success in increasing our recovery rate or increasing number of arrests that we've been able to make on the car thefts happening in Durham region? Because that's one of the top complaints that I continue to get from residents.
Yes to both. We were part of that news conference. Deputy Bertram represented our organization, and we are engaged in a number of joint forces projects that tackle this specifically. Here in the region, we've dedicated specific resources to creating our own auto theft unit through Project Attire, and dedicating specific resources. And we continue, like you rightly pointed out, to be frustrated by some of the people who are out on bail committing further offenses and re-released. It is something that I tend to go to our social media and alert the public. You know, we continue to work on a number of different fronts to raise this issue. And I can also tell this council that our Attorney General for Canada, Minister Virani, was actually right here in our building speaking about this very issue to me in our boardroom, and I put forward my frustrations with some of the things that are happening, and so their team continues to work on examining that. I've also raised this with the province as well, and there continues to be investments made to support our provincial joint forces operations, and that will increase and enhance our ability to deal with this very serious and growing trend. Although it's growing, we've slowed that growth dramatically, and we continue to make important arrests, but we're frustrated by the re-release of people.
No, okay, fair enough. No, I appreciate that. And I guess my final question is kind of a sense of the answer, but I'm going to ask anyways in case I missed it. But other question I get from residents is around, you know, all the police officers that were going backwards on the 401. So I assume we haven't got an update on that one yet, so we can't speak to it because it's being investigated. And following that, once that does come out, if it hasn't come out already, and that's why I'm asking, can we get an understanding of what the general policies are of the police between drones, Air One, and all those different things, and how that piece works after that information comes out, so we can understand what the approach is?
Yeah, you're right. I can't comment, although we did put out a comment the night it did occur, and our focus there was, you know, and I'll just go right back to my original statement there that talked about the profound impact on our community and our members. This is, we all have questions, and the right process is to let the SIU conduct their investigation. At the end of that, we're going to carefully examine what the SIU learned. Then we can trigger our own internal investigation. The new act has changed that process a little bit, and I'm trying to work through it as best I can right now. And the related information around, you know, drones and Air One and all of those things, while I am happy to speak about those things to council, to anyone in our community, I have to be very, very careful that I'm not revealing any, you know, operational or tradecraft secrets there in terms of the rate of that deployment or the circumstances in which those things are. So my long answer to your very short question is maybe I would be able to provide some information, but I'm going to let the SIU do their work first.
Yeah, no, of course. And I just, in case I missed it, I hadn't seen anything. That's why I ask. And I appreciate you coming out today. It's always a pleasure. And thanks to you and your team. Thank you, Chair.
So Chief, that exhausts the list except for a couple questions I have for you. So can you explain to me why Canada seems to be the auto theft capital of the world?
In a public setting, no. But I can tell you, that what motivates criminal organizations is money, and this is absolutely organized crime. So as long as there's money to be made, and the fear of being caught or the fear of punishment doesn't exist or is greatly reduced, it encourages crime, and we see it in a number of different fronts.
Chief, you kind of opened up a path for me, so I apologize, but we're all paying the additional costs for auto theft on our auto insurance. Then we pay through the services that we have to put out into the community. Last time I asked you, do we know for when we do our reporting for auto theft, how many vehicles are stolen from driveways and how many are stolen from garages?
Yeah, I wasn't able to find any stolen from a garage at all. Yeah, it's a pretty telling stat.
I'm a simple individual, so if you park your expensive car in your garage, there's less of a chance of being stolen?
Yes.
Thanks. We talked about an individual, and you said 375 hours of time was spent on that. When you do the math, that's 32 days of policing on one individual. That would be a fair statement, 12-hour shift divided into 375.
Yeah, yes, sir. And that captures the hours dedicated by that one unit. The monitoring that we also did involving some other officers were sort of off the end of their desk, but that's not captured in that number.
The other part, you talked about the justice system, my favorite question. What percentage of your budget now is being used to babysit people who should be in jail? You said to us last time it was 23%.
23% in terms of the recidivism rate. I believe that number is going up now, and I had asked for it to be refreshed, and I think I left that piece of paper on my desk upstairs.
No, it's not a problem. But you also said something about in countries where the punishment equals the crime. There are countries in the world where police officers are armed but don't have to wear a bulletproof vest. And I see in this country that, and excuse my frustration, but I read each one of the media releases that you put out with complete frustration. I believe you put one out in the last week that talked about an individual who had breached probation 19 times. Is that right?
Yeah, I can pull it up. I think it was 30 new charges. Just give me one second, sir. I have too much information here, sir. Just give me, bear with me. Yep, this is one right here. Yep, yeah. So it's the same one. Yeah. So this is somebody that just a year ago I had posted that they were facing 20 fail to comply charges. So that person was subsequently released, and now is facing 30 new charges. 18 of those charges stem from breach of probation, and 6 are for failing to comply with the other previous release orders.
So 18 breaches of probation and 6 failure to comply.
Yes. And then other new charges.
I have no more questions. Chief, there isn't an individual in this room that doesn't share your frustration. I do know that there is a leader in Ottawa that is a former chief of police, and I thought we would have seen better things happening in the judicial system. I'm not going to mention any names, but I think he's still there. I think you might have worked with him.
I believe I did.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. Thank you, Chief, for your time and to your team. And this is Canada Day is coming up, and Canada Day could not happen without your officers and your auxiliary officers. It is a busy day for you, so thank you.
Thank you.
And we'll give you a chance you and your team to vacate.
I appreciate that. Thank you, Your Worship.
Oh, sorry. Councillor Nicholson's name just popped up on the screen. Councillor Nicholson, you have a question for the chief?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, it's a follow-up to the question you raised, because others I wasn't going to speak. But I had a person call me 3 weeks ago asking a very simple question which I couldn't answer. And the answer was, if we can microchip dogs so we can track them and can return them to their owners, why can't we do the same with cars and vehicles? Why can't we make it mandatory that every vehicle be microchipped, so when they steal them, we know where they are?
So I can tell you that insurance companies are now, many are mandating trackers on vehicles. I can assure you that I know this firsthand because my cars are. That's just so I can get a break on the insurance. So that kind of work is going on. Obviously, the federal government deals with the importation of vehicles and the car manufacturers and regulating that industry. So they are partners at the table, and they continue to work, and we continue to be a strong voice and advocate there to have the best technology in cars to prevent these from being taken. But at the same time that we all want the convenience of walking up to your car and it beeps and the windows roll down and all that stuff without hitting any buttons, this is what generates this. And creates these opportunities, these pathways, if you will, for people to exploit and take cars. So that's the challenge.
Yeah, as a follow-up, would that be something that the police services would advocate, governments reaching out to the upper levels to increase, not making it voluntary, but making it mandatory, that all vehicles imported and built here have tracking devices in them?
I think the Insurance Bureau of Canada is strong advocates there, and we continue to partner with them, like Equite and others that I spoke of. We continue to work with people who have an interest in combating this issue, and we are very, very hopeful that it's going to produce some results. And I can tell you as well, General Motors right here in our backyard have been tremendous partners in this and continue to explore and work with us on addressing some of these issues.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. We'll just give you a moment for you and your team to exit. Well, that's happening, members of council. Mr. Glass is our delegation here today. He's here to talk about property taxes. Can I get a motion to alter the agenda? Moved by Councillor Lee, seconded by Mayor Roy, on altering the agenda to bring Mr. Glass forward at this time. All those in favor? All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Just when you're ready, the microphone's going to light up red for you. You don't have to push any buttons, and you have 5 minutes.
Great. Thank you very much. My presentation there. First off, I want to thank all of you, all the staff in Durham Region. That includes the chief and all of his officers. I'm here today to talk about unsustainable property taxes and spending. You can see the headlines. You guys are having to deal with it, and I appreciate the work you're doing, but I think you need to do more. Next slide, please. I'm not here to fight against you. I'm here to appeal to you to fight for Durham residents. We're hurting. We've heard a lot of stories the chief just shared. There's an emotional side. There's a financial side to a lot of other things, and we can't just solve this by spending. Next slide, please. I'll give you a little bit of background. 2 weeks ago, I came to the Finance and Admin Committee meeting, and I delivered this presentation, or a variation thereof. I did so because of my concern of the property tax spending and tax increases and the forecasted spending that you're projecting ahead. I was pleased that I was given this opportunity to speak to you, and I do so because I'm calling on each of you to show leadership by putting Durham residents first, to rein in spending, and to limit future property taxes to 3% or something a little more affordable. Next slide. Give you a brief overview of my story. Up to 2022, 11 years, I paid an average of $157 increase a year, or less than 2.5%. That was manageable, sustainable. Next slide, please. But over the last 2 years, that $157 is now a $503 increase. That's threefold, more than threefold. And you can see that hockey stick there on the right-hand side, the chart. Nothing should happen like that. We just ended the hockey season, but that's high sticking, and that high sticking penalty is sticking around for good. It's not sustainable. You need to do more because the compounding value of higher rates like this is hurting Durham regional families like me. Next slide, please. I'll give you an illustration of what this looks like in the future. I've showed you the past. So a 3% illustration there on the left-hand side, starting in 2025, $8,300. By 2030, with a 3% increase, that grows to $9,911. That same $8,300 on the right-hand side, if these rates are sustained, 6.5%, by 2030, I'm going to be paying $12,111, or 22% more a year. 12,000 versus 9,900. Should I be preparing to pay 22% a year more by 2030? Next slide, please. And I keep hearing about unprecedented population growth. Well, the reality is up to 2021, the 30 years prior, Durham Region's population grew by 77%. Your forecast in the 2051 plan, which many of my numbers come from, calls for a 79% increase in population. They're virtually the same, the past versus the projected. But the rates that we're into already versus the previous rates are significantly higher. So population isn't driving this exclusively, so please stop using that argument. Next slide. It's spending that's out of control, not population growth. And with my limited time, here's an example. Next slide. Capital budgets. Between 2017 and 2021, the average spending was $187 million a year. The last 3 years, that has skyrocketed to $539 million a year, or a 188% increase. And your forecast for 2025 is $728 million, which is 3.9 times the average from 2017 to 2021. There's no excuse for this. That line just, it can't keep going like that. I can't afford it. I understand your problems and such, but this is uncontrolled spending. Next slide, please. And your capital budget forecasting, it really doesn't inspire any confidence. In 2023, you forecasted capital budget spending of $460 million in 2025, a 2-year forecast out. But this year, you revised it 1 year later to $729 million. How does it go from 460 to 729 in 1 year? That's a 58% increase. Durham residents are sacrificing so much in paying. This is impacting my ability to go on vacation or to send, my kids different things and such. I'm going to give you the emotional side of that impact, okay? Because I understand the emotional side of all the other consequences that you're dealing with. But there's another emotional consequence to what I'm suffering. Remember, if there's variations.
Mr. Glass, I'm sorry to stop you. The rules are 5 minutes, so I'm looking for an extension. Moved by Councillor Shahid, seconded by Councillor Nicholson on the extension. So the extension is 2 minutes.
Okay.
So I got to call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? None, that carries. Go ahead, please.
And I call on you I keep hearing blaming of everything else. I understand. I was here 2 weeks ago, and I heard all the federal government, immigration and crime management, Bill C-2033, the loss of revenue, inflation of the recent COVID, supply chain union wages. I've heard it. I've given this presentation at Ajax multiple times over the years, and I keep hearing excuses. But I don't hear this council or other councils taking any responsibility for your significant portion of the property tax increases. There is other things that are impacting it, but there's a large portion of it isn't. Staffing has grown significantly. Projects are happening. We need measurable results leadership. Not 6.5%, that's a measurable result. I want to see something significantly less and no blame avoidance. Next slide, please. So what you must do in conclusion, limit property taxes and spending going forward. focus exclusively on regional and municipal needs. If you're going to add new staff or projects, they must pay for themselves, meaning they generate revenue, new revenue, or they cut costs elsewhere. And if the private sector, province, feds, demands more than our capacity, tell them we're not prepared to fund it. That article at the side is from the town of Oakville. They recently, at the end of May, gave the federal government money back because their density plans were impacting the property taxes of local residents. Existing residents like me and all of the others cannot continue to sustain this level of property taxes, and I thank you for your time and good luck going forward because we need it.
Okay, members of council, opportunities for questions. Seeing none, Mr. Clerk online. We see no questions. Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
Members of council, we've been at this for a while now. May I suggest a 15-minute recess, and we'll come back with the next delegation. So moved by Councillor Neal, seconded by Councillor Shedd. On the 15-minute recess, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, please take the opportunity to go out and see the zoo bus. Members of the public and council start to take their seats, please. Yeah, it would have to be, the motion would have to change. Okay. Okay, I'm going to call roll call. Okay, we'll call this meeting back to order. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. We'll move on to 5.3. Lisa McIntosh, Director of Income, Employment, and Homelessness Supports Division. Jennifer Bishop, Project Manager, Affordable Housing Development and Renewal. And Alexander Tedesco, Partner, LGA Architectural Partners on 1635 Dundas Street, East, Community Engagement and Conceptual Design. Lisa, when you're ready.
Good morning, everyone. I'm pleased to introduce Jennifer Bishop, Program Manager with Affordable Housing and the Renewal Division in our Social Services Department, and Alexander Tedesco, a partner at LGA Architects Partners. This presentation at Regional Council is the launch of Phase 2 of the engagement process for 1635 Dundas. There is no decision report. This is an opportunity for Regional Council to receive information about Phase 2 engagement. Today, a conceptual plan to show how what we heard during Phase 1 of the engagement process and what we know about housing needs in Durham may be realized at 1635. Later this week, a video of the presentation will be posted to the Your Voice Durham 1635 webpage, as well as a survey. The strategy is designed to support an informed process with clear information and the survey sitting side by side. Additionally, service provider and community partner sessions are planned, and our team will also include feedback received by email or while we are working in the community during the Phase 2 period. The 1635 Dundas project was approved by Regional Council in June of 2023 to acquire the building, retrofit the space to provide 45 shelter beds in the initial phase, and then begin the engagement and planning to offer housing options and services in the rest of the building. The shelter opened in March of 2024 and is consistently full. People are allowed to remain at the site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. There are services and supports at the site to help people meet their goals and move towards obtaining housing options. To date, there has been extensive engagement to drive planning activities, as well as consistent flow of information about the project from the region. Jen will share more information about the Phase 1 engagement process that has been completed. We did hear clearly through Phase 1 that people wanted a plan to provide further feedback on, and so our regional team across departments worked with LGA Architects to provide the conceptual plans that will be shared today. The conceptual plan is not a final construction plan. The plan shows that the 45 beds operating today are the maximum number of emergency shelter beds planned, and that the focus is to include supportive housing options and services for people. I will now turn the presentation over to Jennifer Bishop and Alexander Tedesco to share the opportunities this building can offer and launch Phase 2 of the community engagement process for 1635 Dundas.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Chair Henry and Regional Council, for having us today. I'm excited to provide you with some updates on 1635 Dundas and our plans for Phase 2 community engagement. Okay, it works. As you know, the Region of Durham is the service system manager for housing and homelessness, which was legislated by the province and designated by the federal government as a community entity. As service system manager for homelessness in Durham, we are responsible for housing and homeless system planning, coordination and delivery of accessible programs, housing and homelessness system management, including oversight and management of HIFAS, the by name list, and the coordinated access system, receiving and managing federal, provincial, and regional homelessness support funding. As the service system manager for housing and homelessness, we are accountable to abide by the relevant legislation, regulations, and directives from the province and the federal government in system planning, management, and implementation. For example, the Ontario Human Rights Code states everyone has the right to equal treatment in housing without discrimination and harassment. The code prohibits discrimination to housing on the basis of race, religion, sexual orientation, family status, disability, or socioeconomic status. Using a human rights and equity-based approach is what drives our work, and it is important to note that the community input and feedback we receive is also key in shaping initiatives such as 1635 Dundas and how we proactively meet and address community needs and concerns. As service system manager, we are following the Housing First model and philosophy that recognizes the importance of having a safe and secure place that one can call home. Having a home is essential for individuals to have positive changes and to improve their situations. The core principle of Housing First is that people are more likely to make progress in their lives when they have stable housing. This approach to housing is not dependent on readiness or compliance. Rather, it's based on the fundamental belief that every person deserves a home and that access to adequate housing is necessary for recovery. This housing continuum image is from CMHC and helps explain the continuum of housing types established to sustain safe, healthy, and inclusive communities. It provides a great visual of the housing types needed in a community. It ranges from homeless to moving through to established permanent housing. It provides for different types of housing to meet the needs of people in our community with individual circumstances at different times in their lives. Phase 1 of 1635 Dundas was established as an emergency shelter with the creation of the 45-bed low barrier shelter. We are now excited to move forward to Phase 2 of planning of the facility, which will provide for more opportunities for individuals to move along the continuum by providing supportive and affordable housing options. The by name list is one of the useful tools the region uses to aid in understanding homelessness in Durham Region. It is important to note that the list does not include every person experiencing homelessness. However, it does capture the individuals who are actively engaged within the support system. The by name list allows us to match individuals with appropriate supports and services. Using the by name list, we're able to gather data on people who are unsheltered and have enough trust in the system to consent to completing intake into the coordinated access system and receive services. Although data by the by name list is not exhaustive, it shows the following as of May 2024. There are currently 757 people on the list. Of those, 326 people are chronically homeless. 511 people demonstrate a level of acuity that would require support to get and maintain housing. 66 people are seniors. 90% of people on the list are single individuals, with only 10% being families. Sorry. Lisa already said this, but with council approval in June of 2023, the region purchased an old long-term care home in Whitby to help address the urgent need for housing and services for homeless individuals in our communities. In the agreement with the town of Whitby and with lots of community engagement, Phase 1 was to address the urgent need of emergency shelter beds. It was agreed upon to retrofit one part of the facility to house 45 low-barrier shelter beds. This was completed in March of this year. The shelter has been fully occupied since. Patrons are thriving. Programming is underway. To date, there have been 9 patrons that have moved to various housing types along the continuum, from transitional to permanent housing. We also know that many of the people being supported in the shelter would benefit from the supportive housing units as soon as they are available to be occupied in Durham. Phase 2 is now underway and will provide for supportive housing and other program services as defined by the members of our community and our community system health providers through various community engagement sessions. The point of community engagement is to incorporate community feedback into regional decision-making and planning. Community engagement does not replace the decision-making function of council. Rather, it informs and guides it. It encompasses a range of activities and strategies aimed at fostering collaboration, inclusivity, accessibility, transparency, and accountability in addressing community needs. Keeping in line with the region's value of prioritizing community input, having community engagement in this project was deemed very important. Phase 1 of 1635 Dundas was the on the next page, sorry about that. Here we go. So this is the community engagement strategy for Phase 1. The region hosted a series of community engagement sessions and a community survey that was provided to the community via Your Voice Durham page. The survey received almost 200 responses. The table on the slide is a high-level summary of community feedback that we received to date. We asked, what community needs are a priority, and what is your vision of 1635? The majority of community residents noted the following: individual units that provide housing with supports are necessary. Congregate and emergency shelter spaces are a Band-Aid and not a solution. Make safe spaces with the supports people need. Ensure youth, families, and seniors are considered. Safety for community and those moving in. Recovery and rehab programs are a priority. People who are unsheltered need physical health supports, including palliative care. Social enterprise options should be considered. Food security is important for people to thrive, and they would like to continue to be involved throughout the engagement process. As we stated, we're now moving into Phase 2 of community engagement. I'd like to share the region's community engagement framework for your reference that guides our additional engagement techniques. The framework is evidence-based and includes 4 engagement levels: inform, consult, involve, and collaborate. Movement through the engagement from inform to collaborate requires increasing community participation. Starting at the left, ways we will inform the community is through council and town presentations, Your Voice Durham website, media releases, promotional videos, and community flyers. Moving to consult, we will be doing this through the Phase 2 Community Engagement Survey, interviews with people with lived experience, continued consultation with community service providers and organizations. Involved is next, and we will be continue doing this by using what we know and heard to establish conceptual plans, continue with community partner focus groups, workshops, site visits, and tours. And finally, collaborate. We are collaborating based on what we heard by collaborating with RJC engineers and LGA architects to develop conceptual plans, establish partnerships with community partners, and continuing with the 1635 Dundas Community Liaison Committee meetings and involvement. There are a number of ways we'll be seeking input or providing information over the coming months. Here's a rough timeline of what that may look like. At the end of June, or tomorrow, we will be launching our online community engagement survey, continuing to update our website, develop new news releases and update notes to council. Over the summer, we'll be providing a newsletter to the surrounding neighborhood, release of promotional videos and interviews for those with lived experience. We will continue to have conversation with our community health provider and Durham College around service delivery. And we will continue to work with our architect and the Works Department on concept design from the community engagement responses. We talked a few slides back about collaboration. So we are collaborating with various service providers and community partners, and we currently have signed letters of agreement with the listed partners to guide discussions between the region and the agency about planning for proposed programs at 1635 Dundas. The agreement allows us to name them publicly. So Lakeridge Health is looking for housing supports for those suffering with mental health and addiction recovery. Ontario Shores is looking for transitional housing to support patients after hospital stay, but still requiring day programming. St. Elizabeth is looking to support us with palliative beds for homeless individuals. Victim Services is looking for transitional housing for victims of crime or tragedy. And Durham College is looking at providing supports to patrons residing at the facility through different programs that could run through various faculties. Again, this is not an exhaustive list, as many community agencies are continuing to support with program planning. I would like to now pass it over to Alex from LGA to provide you with an overview of their experience and what's possible at 1635. Alex.
Hello, everyone. My name's Alex Tedesco. I'm a partner at LGA Architectural Partners. We are a medium-sized firm located in Toronto. We do a vast variety of different building types, from university buildings to libraries to community centers. But our major focus is on community-based housing, supportive housing, and shelter work. We won a Governor General Award for a shelter we designed and built in Toronto, and it's called the Strawn House. I personally won a Governor General's Award for my work with teenage homelessness. So I started my career joining LGA because this is what the focus was, and they were the leaders. Our portfolio for supportive housing spans through Southern Ontario. We do have work in other provinces, but we mainly focus on Southern Ontario. This is a recognition that each community has very different challenges and needs. We never enter a project making an assumption with assumed solutions. LGA is responsible for over 4,000 beds and units. With that experience, we realize there's a number of techniques that are required to design supportive housing and shelter work. It is not condos, it is not private development, it is a specialized design system. And what I'm going to present to you are 3 high-level design strategies that we found suited this project. The first design strategy and concept is boundaries, thresholds, and common spaces. And the way this is important because what it does is it confirms the security of a client living in a facility. And the way to explain this concept is, imagine yourself standing in your living room looking at the street, and you see someone, a stranger, walking on the sidewalk. No issues, no concerns, daily life. That same person now standing on your front lawn, you're going to raise some awareness. That same person on your front porch, you're going to address the issue. That person now in your door threshold, it's a big deal. That concept of boundary definition has to be implemented in these types of buildings. It defines security, it defines a sense of safety, and people that need help or that are in trauma need that sense of boundary. The second concept is an exterior space, not in the community, but within the facility, where someone who is in trauma can leave their private room, which is modest, and be outside, and it acts as a buffer, a release valve. If you don't have that, that individual only has the community to seek refuge, and we don't want to create those uncomfortable situations for the community or that individual. Even in Toronto, where we have where the building takes up the entire site, we build it on roofs, and there's a few examples I'm showing you. The third concept is equitable pathways, and this goes beyond providing comfortable, safe passage to able-bodied and physically challenged people. This is a concept of providing a variety of different ways for a person to navigate the building. This is to do with safety. So there are issues with conflict in these buildings. So to providing an ability for someone to navigate the building and not having them forced through a certain route, what happens if that's the case, they basically stay in their room until they feel safe to come out. And what we try to do is create generous, multi ways to navigate the building. So when we start any project, we are agnostic. My entire team enters the project looking at the community, and what we do as a first exercise is try to understand the services and the surrounding amenities around the site. And what you can see demonstrated that we are happy to see is there's a vast amount of parkland, there's a vast amount of clinics, schools. So we felt very confident that the site had a great support system. What we do next with all the stakeholders is understand who the populations we are housing and the relative size of each population. And what we try to do is we create several models of how these programs relate to each other, and we kind of land on one, which becomes the roadmap. And this is the roadmap for 1635. And what I want to point out here is the center yellow square called the Community Town Hall. What that is that's what we all agreed to or came on the same page as, is we need a node. The center of the building really has to be the support center with the programs surrounding it so that all the programs are equally supported in an architectural manner. We next developed the site plan. And what you'll see in the site plan is on the bottom, when you enter the site, so the front of the site is just to the left of the screen, and you immediately, public facing is the charming farmhouse will become potentially the medical clinic. That will be the front face to the community. People seeking the shelter will go to the right and down the driveway to a very defined door into the shelter, and that would also act as the door to the hub. People looking for the supportive housing and the other programs will go to the left upon entering site. So that is, the building is existing, so the way the population separate at the entry becomes a very big asset to making this work, because what you're doing is de-densifying the population going into the site. There's the main entrance is just on the top right, and we're trying to define that clearly. So one of the things I try to instill with the team is, if you are facing a crisis and you're in trauma, basically you're blurred. Everything's blurred. You need a really clear way to find where you need to go. Otherwise, you are just in trauma, trying to struggle to get into the place in the midst of population around you. So with that plan, with the site plan, this building we found lend itself to create these zones and specific entries for specific programs. We also take the attitude that the site is not a parking lot with some benches. What our attitude is, the site is a place of refuge, a garden, a park that has parking in it, so that it's really your front lawn or your backyard as a concept. So we move into the building. So we did study the building in itself, and the lower concept plan houses the shelter and hub. That's where the existing facility exists now. We felt that where it was located lent itself perfectly to this concept plan, so we wouldn't change that. The ground level, so you'll see 2 entrances, one to the left. That entrance is specifically for victim recovery services, and the main entrance is for the rest of the supportive housing program. From the functional plan that I noted that had a yellow square, you can see right when you enter the main section is the community hub or the supportive staff area. And the idea having that at the crux of the building, you promote passive surveillance. So what you want for a safe facility is really eyes on the street is a concept. You want everyone to be aware of what's going on in and out. And so we try to enhance that concept with that node. The upper level is strategically designed the same way. The main transportation is the elevators, and again, it's around this center node. We then look right into the building, and one of our first tasks is, does the existing building lend itself to these programs? Or do we have to start tearing down walls and divide it up appropriately? And what we found using the existing layout is that each program very comfortably lays out a very comfortable unit plan using the existing walls where they're at. And finally, the vision. And I'm speaking humbly from an architectural point of view. People in trauma, when my experience is the first thing you have to do to help them is provide them the basic amenities, the basic support structure, which is warmth, a shelter, security, and safety. Only when you provide those basic needs can the support systems help them. Without the basics, I'm a firm believer that it's going to be really hard. It's almost, dare I say, impossible to provide the support for these clients. Thank you for your time.
Oh, sorry, there was one last slide, sorry. I guess we don't need it, but what I was just going to say, so our next steps, thanks, Alex. So our next steps is the release of that Phase 2 Community Engagement Survey through Your Voice Durham, social media, our regional street outreach program, and newsletters. The survey will include part of this council presentation. We will also continue to update the project webpage and alert subscribers with updates, continue to work with community partners on plan and program development, and we'll be presenting to the town of Whitby in the fall that will include survey results and new partnerships. This information will also be provided to Regional Council. So this concludes our presentation. And again, just the purpose of the presentation for you today was to launch the Phase 2 engagement process. It's not a decision report. This was just an opportunity for us to provide Regional Council with the information about Phase 2 prior to the launch later this week. So we thank you for your time. So we're open to any questions you may have at this time. Thanks.
So we have a number of people asking questions. Members of council, a reminder, it's only to the presentation. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you so much. Great presentation. My couple of questions are on the 96% of single individuals, do you have gender in there or?
So I think for May, it was 90% plus 10%. You're talking to the by name list?
Yeah.
We did the gender breakdown at the Health and Social Services presentation recently, so I can clip and send you that slide again, but we do have demographic breakdowns for our data on the by name list.
I see. And then the 10% are families, so that makes sense. Now, the committee that you have within Whitby and the residents, do they know about the Phase 2 consultation?
So the Community Liaison Committee received a sample of a presentation close to this at a meeting a couple of meetings ago, so that they could provide feedback, and they've also consulted on the survey that will be released, and so questions and the survey have been modified based on the feedback of the Community Liaison Committee.
Thank you. And through you, Chair, just a couple of more questions in terms of partnerships were mentioned, so I'm guessing the architects or who will be taking over once it's built, is that the partnerships that you're talking about towards the end?
So there was a slide included in the presentation that had a list of partners who've actually assigned sort of partnership agreements with us to say that we could use their organizational names in this planning. And so we are planning very closely with post-secondary, so Durham College, our health providers in the region, Lake Ridge Health, St. Elizabeth Health, as well as Ontario Shores, and other partners have also been included, but not everybody has signed a partnership agreement as of yet. That and as well our sector tables and service providers across the system offering both services for people who are unsheltered and food security and other services for people who are facing poverty-related issues.
Thank you. Lastly, we don't have newspapers anymore. So what is phase 2 consultation? Are we sending mail to people to take part in it, showing up at events for people to do a survey? I just want to see what does phase 2 consultation looks like.
So there will be the presentation that was presented today, so people can offer their feedback through an informed process, will be on the Your Voice Durham 1635 webpage. Probably tomorrow, I think I said by the end of the week, giving us time to make sure we have a video clip ready. So that will be up and ready, and people will be able to complete an online survey.
Okay.
There will be also, I think, a couple of there's definitely one local food bank that will be gathering information from their residents, their clients, within the local area, and then other service providers, as well as our outreach team, will be gathering responses and feedback from those with lived experience. And we will do service provider and community partner sessions for agencies.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. That looks good. And I believe the committee will help take in information and spread the word about the survey as well.
Definitely.
All right, perfect. Thank you so much. That'll be all, Chair Henry, from me.
Thank you, Councillor Imada.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. So when I take a look at the slides on what the Phase 2 consultation will look like, I don't see anything like a direct town hall with residents. Will you be doing any of those?
We have not planned a town hall with residents.
Will you commit to planning a town hall with residents?
Well, we have committed in the agreement to coming to Whitby Council to present during the Phase 2 process. So we will be doing that as a public event as well. Our sessions and community events currently include presentations at business associations, Rotary clubs, faith-based group tables, sector tables, libraries, and other community events that occur. So we are out there and immersed on a regular basis.
So then the region is not committing to doing any in-person town halls hosted by the region for the residents in the Greenfield direct areas that will be most impacted by this here at regional headquarters? Is that a yes or no?
We have not committed to that, no.
Will you commit to that?
No.
Okay, so then basically you're telling me when you present at town hall, I've got to pack town hall in Whitby with all the residents to actually start having their really first in-person opportunity to have those discussions.
Councillor, you're deviating from the presentation.
I'm talking about consultation, and I'm talking about presenting at town hall. That was in the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
I think that's fair. Okay, so I got to know on the record, costs for the program or costs, have we, to go forward with this, have we gotten any commitment from other levels of government for capital costs? I know there will be consultant costs involved as well. Do we know what the costs are going to look like on this?
We have been working with both levels of government to show the importance of what 1635 is to the community.
Do we have any commitments in terms of money?
As of yet, no, but we are continuing to meet with them.
Okay. So In the presentation, we talked about issues of conflict in the building, and that's why we expand multiple ways to maneuver. What sort of does that look like? Is it 2, 3, 4? How do we, besides that, mitigate conflict within this part of the building or the newer part of the building?
Through the chair, I'm 2, 3, 4 is a little confusing.
Well,
Conflict occurs in all communities and buildings, and so through design, both SEPTED design related to safety and design through architecture, we build, so we are looking at planning the site so that it accommodates the people that will be there and individuals, especially if they're using supportive housing, anxiety, any of those issues with coming outdoors, the space is there to move around freely. As well, looking at the concept, Durham needs a lot in the way of service provision and bringing different services together. So looking at the architecture and the flow and the pathways gives us an opportunity to bring numerous services together, but give people the space to enter and exit and use common areas in a way that's really productive.
When we talk about the total unit count of 70 units, do we know how many people that would hold in total?
So 70 units, some of those could be double units. So we were looking at potentially anywhere from 100 to 130 people.
So,
And at this point, it's still conceptual, so that is a potential number,
so we got a range of about 100 to 130 people.
potentially.
Potentially, and that includes the 45 units that we would already have in there.
We have 45 shelter beds, yes.
So that would, if all the shelter beds are being used and 45 is included in that range of 100 to 130, correct?
It's a potential number, but developing out the types of housing and giving people supportive housing units could opt to allow 1 or 2 people per unit based on the square footage and the opportunities within.
Thank you. Additional recovery, what does that look like? Safe injection sites?
So Durham doesn't have any safe injection sites. I think we've connected on that many times here at council. We have not, I don't think there's been an application for a safe injection. I think that's with the local municipalities if that occurs. Right now, we are looking at recovery. So I think it was speaking to both victim services, so victims of trauma, as well as recovery beds. And so that can be addiction recovery, but it would be partnered with a health service provider who has expertise in that area.
So again, costs for phase 2, do we have sort of a ballpark of what this is going to cost us, like the phase 2 communication? Do we have a number yet on that?
So right now we're working on conceptual plans. So we are working through engagement to ensure that we have what we need in the facility and that we are planning forward in an informed way. So costs would come up when we bring a report back to council requesting approvals on the project and moving towards final construction plans.
And do you know when that would take place, when a report would be here prior to the end of this year or 2025?
We are moving as quickly as we can. Part of the agreement with the town of Whitby is that we will be bringing a phase 2 engagement presentation back to the town in the fall. So it would have to be at some point after the phase 2 engagement is complete.
Phase 2 engagement, how will we be communicating this with businesses? Because last week I had the opportunity to be down in the Kendallwood Mall area with the town of Whitby's economic development folks canvassing local businesses. And I heard from like the guy who owns the burger factory that there are people who are shooting up behind the building now. I'm hearing this stuff. So it is, I'm wondering how we're going to be able to move forward and ensure that this gets done properly, as opposed to what I see with no town hall with the residents. It seems like there's another storm a-coming.
So definitely planning is including the experts from our health and human services sectors that work in this industry, community partners, and again, we are presenting at both business, faith-based, and community events whenever invited. So we are attending those sessions, but planning is happening through a research-based and evidence-informed way with the experts at the table.
Thank you, and I really hope we've learned from phase one, because I really don't want to see angry residents going through this again. They don't deserve it. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you. Some of my questions have already been asked, but I want to just confirm one point that I heard the answer twice, and I didn't understand either time. Your projection of full capacity for this facility is 45 shelter beds and how many more other types of accommodation?
So this facility can have different types of units. So there could be supportive single units, there could be supportive double occupancy units, there can be recovery beds operated and supported by a health service provider. So right now, our capacity is about 70 units. So we are looking at approximately 100 to 130 individuals that could be within the facility.
Okay, and this is the part where I'm having a little trouble understanding your answer. And it could be me, so I'm going to ask it again. On top of the 45 current shelter beds, how many others are going to be sheltered in the facility? What's
We're
the range?
looking total occupancy
No, I
of
don't want those total. I want to know how many new are going to be added to the 45.
I'm doing about 85, thank you.
Okay,
I'm usually much faster with my arithmetic, and today it's just not working for me.
Just because that's the basic question. I mean, the 45 are already there.
Yes, and the 45 shelter beds are occupancy of sometimes 3 to 4 to a room. So again, as we plan and look at the space, we want what's best for the people who are using the space. So that's why during a conceptual planning phase, it's why some of the numbers are ranges. We really do need to know what's best for the individuals who are going to be housed there.
All right. Second question, just again, so I understand the status, and I'm not from Whitby, so I'm looking at it from a different perspective. You have 45 sheltered beds now.
Yes,
You indicated in the presentation they're at capacity.
yes.
How many are you turning away?
The turn-away rate for all shelters in Durham right now is high.
Well, why can't I get a straight answer? The answer was, how many people are you turning away from 1635 Dundas?
Through the chair, the turn-away rate for shelters right now is high, and we do have an awareness that there are more than 100 people waiting to get into 1635 Dundas and access a bed. Many of them, the majority of them, are living outdoors at this time.
All right. And I thank you for that, because many of us argued that we didn't think 45 was enough. And this was an artificial cap. We thought there'd be a lot more need. What you're telling me, the need for this location is not 45, but is 145.
The need for shelter, housing, and housing options across the region is significant. So it's not just this location. We look at it from a system planning approach. Our numbers on the by name list, which are significantly understated this month, are 757 people.
And again, and maybe it's my questioning, so I'll take responsibility if my questioning is not clear. What I'm trying to understand, I mean, you can be on the by name list in Clarington, in Newcastle Village. Are you going to use this facility? Highly unlikely. I'm trying to understand how many members of the by name list are within the catchment areas served by this facility?
So
Currently unhoused.
right now through the chair, we have 100 people waiting to get into this facility. It is important to note that Durham Region has shelters with different occupancy requirements across the region, but we only have, with the beds at 1635, 190 beds. So there are always people waiting to get in, with our numbers being as high as they are.
All right. The last question I want to ask, and I think it goes to similar to what Councilor Yamada touched on. You talk about a range of uses, and you're still doing consultation on what should be in this facility. Do you have a budgetary range where you can tell this council, what, the low end of the budget's gonna cost and what the maximum budget's gonna cost for this project? Within a reasonable parameter, I'm not gonna tie it down to a dollar.
Counselor, they don't have the amount yet. They're working through the plans now, but they will get to us with an amount.
Well, I appreciate that, and again, it's the same backward step we did on the shelter. And I'll raise the point, just maybe the staff can address it. My concern is that when you design a facility and you ask an architect to come in and say, this is what I want to design, this is what I want to include, this is what I want the various facilities within the building, usually you have some concept of how much money you have to spend. You don't just say, go and design the world and then we'll figure out where the money comes from. So what I'm trying to understand as a counselor who's just heard a presentation about taxes, just heard a presentation about costs, I'm just trying to get in my mind an understanding is what's the max exposure for this region, for this facility, because I believe sincerely that question is going to be asked during the consultation, and we better have an answer of what the maximum potential exposure is for the cost of this facility.
I'll have our CAO respond.
I don't think at this time, Councillor, that we can give you a precise number. We've been working with an order of magnitude capital cost of up to 35 million on the premise that this would be cost shared with the provincial and federal governments. And we have had several and continue to have discussions with them, which I think are very positive. Until we know the actual uses in the facility at the end of the day, we can't nail down that number any more carefully, but I assure you that we'll be reporting back to Council with the final plan, the actual budget, and the proposed investment from our government partners.
All right. Is this project predicated on receiving a financial contribution from provincial and/or federal government?
At the end of the day, that would be Council's decision.
So it could be up to $35 million for this council on its own, with the hope we get it down.
The potential, if council makes the decision to go without government-assisted funding, would be the decision of this council. Hopefully, that the other levels of government are seeing the successes that we're having with this building, realizing the potential of the building and what an example it could be for the rest of the country. We are hopeful that they hear us. They are listening to us right now. Hopefully they're hearing us and that we will get some form of partnership.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Chair. The problem I have is, as a regional councillor, I can't go on a hope and a prayer, and especially dealing with the provincial and federal government, as we've had previous debates, hopes and prayers don't work too well with them. So my question is, what's our potential exposure? The other point I wanted to raise, and again, I'm an Oshawa councillor, so I'm not going to get the heat on this. I, for the life of me, do not understand why we're not having a town meeting with the residents. We said when we went through the last phase that communication was key to the future. It sounds to me that we're going to develop the whole process and then drop it on them. And if it were in my community and that process was being suggested, I would object. I think we need to look at a further consultation beyond the good consultation listed here. And keep in mind, I'm a supporter of this project. I fought for this project at council here. My concern, though, is, however, to be respectful and to make sure that this continues to process positively and doesn't devolve into a similar contest we had in the past, then we need to communicate more. And more communication is always better than less communication. So I would back up Councillor Yamada's comments and others. I believe quite sincerely that a town hall meeting is part of the strategy. We had it in my communities when we talked about new housing, and they're very positively received. Being asked is always a better option than being told.
Must wrap up. Mayor Carter.
Morning, sir.
Good afternoon.
How y'all doing? Is it afternoon? Holy smokes.
8 minutes in.
So I'm going to take a different approach. I mean, in my opinion, we're in a humanitarian crisis, and whatever the cost is to be able to accomplish the task, that's going to be the cost. And I don't care who the partners are. So we need to, if we've got to make these strategic investments, we're going to make them because we're in a humanitarian crisis. to the point about 1635, in my opinion, it's a best practice. I think you guys have done an incredible job in regards to it. So I just want to ask this question in regards to how it is, because the common space plays an important role. You have different levels of individuals that have different needs. The common space plays an important role. How do we make sure the most vulnerable, and I'll talk about, I don't know if it was, and I do apologize, if we can get a copy of the slide, I'd really appreciate it. I don't know if there was human trafficking on it. Was there human trafficking on one of them?
Through the chair. So we are working closely with Victim Services of Durham Region to support victims of trauma. If there was to be a human trafficking or a program that suited the needs of another specific victim group, we probably would not identify those
Okay.
clearly on plans.
Okay, so I'm glad about that. But I guess my question being, and I'm using the wrong, how do we make sure those two common areas are separated so those that are the most vulnerable are not mixed with those that may not be as in danger as those individuals? Is it the two levels that give us that opportunity for the common space?
It's multiple levels. It's technology. So key card swipes allow us to do things and divide spaces much different than they did in the past, as well as the sections and double doors that already exist in the building. I know Alex shared that they're already looking at the structure and the way it exists today, and then how that works for us in the development of the space. But Victim Services is actually one of the signed partners, and they are working at the table with us. So we're all walking the building together many days.
Okay, could I ask a question of Alex from
Yes.
LGA? And I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit when you get to the microphone, if you don't mind, please. Alex, thank you very much for your presentation. The specific designs that you take into consideration, is it important to understand the client base that you're trying to serve in regards to the design itself and the structure itself?
It's important for me, yes. Yes, it is.
I'm sorry?
It is
It
important.
is,
Yeah.
okay. And your expertise that you're bringing towards us, you've looked at the building and you believe that we can accomplish this within the building?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you talked about the attributes in the surrounding community. That goes into consideration as you do the design, is that correct?
It's definitely a factor we like to look at, sure.
And how important is that in regards to the overall plan of a site?
It's important.
Is it?
Because different communities have, some are deserts when it comes to clinics, or some are, so it's really important we know what's available out there.
Okay. And just out of curiosity, the outside of the building, how important is the aesthetics as important as the inside aesthetics? How important does that play in regards to the building itself?
Aesthetics is a different topic than what I call critical elements. So important designated entrances is important.
Yes.
How it looks is relative.
It is.
Yes, because I mean, everyone here has a different opinion.
Yeah.
As long as the critical elements,
Yeah.
and this, I'm purely talking about what I define as successful, in my experience, what successful supportive housing looks like.
Yeah.
The critical elements need to be there. They can be pink, they can be blue. But as long as they're there, then I'm comfortable it works. We work with all my projects. If you look at the portfolio, they all look differently because I work specifically with my stakeholders. And I don't want to impart my impartiality. So when you say how important it is, it's important based on the stakeholders' vision.
Yeah, and the reason why I bring that up is because an expert in the field has said aesthetics play an important part about how people see themselves once they walk on the property. So it does play a role in regards to what the expectation is. And it also can actually have an impact in regards to change behavior. And that's the reason why I ask. When it comes to the process of design and working with the building, that's one thing. And you talk about the attributes that are also available in the surrounding areas. Do you also look at the community itself and kind of say to yourself, what's different with this community? What are the things that we better understand as we do a design within it? Or is that two separate things altogether?
Well, at this early stage, no, I would say we would definitely want to do it, which is part of the engagement process. So
Right.
once we go through that, it's a big part. it definitely is an important part in the design process.
My last question to you is the 45 beds that are now available now and the way that it's set up, are you pleased about how that, the access, the area, the design, are you pleased about the outcome in regards to, is that a best practice?
Yeah, the way, when we were looking at the design as a whole, to me, it worked well with the different other entrances. So,
Yeah.
So to me, it was, I wasn't part of that decision, but it works well.
Right. So when you, as an expert in the field, when you saw how that was done, it was a good, like it was a good design, in your opinion?
Yes.
Okay, good. Lisa, the shelter beds.
Yes.
How important is it that we don't overcapacity in regards to shelter beds? There may be a desire to have 90 shelter beds that are low barrier, but it comes down to capacity and resources and staff capacity. How important is it that that's taken into consideration in regards to the commitment that your team makes?
So our commitment as people who work in human services is really to the well-being of everyone, looking at where, I always think of it as like, and somebody shared recently, you have like these two platforms and one's on fire and then the other one is planning for the future. Right now, I have 100 people waiting to get in to shelter spaces, and we're not looking at creating more there or going over capacity in that community. We're looking at system planning in general. And we have been from Clarington to Pickering and from the lake north recently, really looking at what options there are for winter warming, what options there are for shelter, supportive housing, transitional housing, and deeply affordable housing for people who are on the by name list and those who are still not on the by name list that we're being reintroduced to daily through the outreach team and through service calls on homelesshelp@durham.ca. So it is extremely important to plan across the region as the system manager.
So balance plays an important role.
It absolutely does. And thinking about the needs of the people. Last weekend, we had a big rainstorm. And so there were a lot of calls on Sunday morning because people had moved under shelters at overhangs, park areas, grocery store sides before they reopened, just trying to get in out of that storm because it didn't work with the shelters they had in the woods or in the parks.
Last question to you. We talk about partnerships and different levels of government that need to be part of this equation. Who's not at the table right now that needs to be at the table?
I'm looking to the CAO. I think people are moving.
I can attest that at the staff level, we have been heavily engaged both provincially and federally, and politically, both provincial and federal representatives have toured the facility, and we plan to be meeting with them in the coming weeks to further our discussions on funding. So from my perspective right now, everybody is engaged that should be engaged.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if we also included the private sector in regards to those conversations and how they may be able to play a role. I know that myself and Councillor Chapman are associated with or had the opportunity to work with Mr. Neeb, and I know that he wants to be part of the conversation. When you look at the continuum of care, I think he has a role in regards to that kind of transitional or independent living, and I think he'd like to be a part of that.
That's great to know, and we can certainly reach out. You should also know the reports on today's agenda with respect to our social housing revitalization at the Ritson Road School. We also anticipate private sector partnerships there, and a number of individuals and organizations have come forward, which is great.
This isn't going to be fixed, Mr. Chair. Lisa, thank you. Mr. Chair, this is not going to be fixed by government, all by government. It's got to be done by everybody. I think it's almost like a community event. We have a tornado that's hit our region. All of us are going to have to come together to be part of the solution. Every community is going to play a role, and every partner is going to be asked to be at the table. And I think that that's what's going to be necessary. My opinion, we're in a humanitarian crisis right at this particular time. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Mayor Carter, I agree 100%. Lisa, just for clarification, you started this meeting saying this is for information. It's conceptual in terms of what you are moving forward. I thought I recalled you saying that at the beginning, yes?
Yes.
Okay, and did we hear during the meeting that we are hoping for federal funding, we are hoping for provincial funding, but we don't know if that's coming, and that there's a notional budget, but we don't know if funding is coming from the province or the federal government, correct?
That's correct at this time.
Okay, and we heard, I think at the beginning of this, you took a great deal of criticism for a lack of information on what services would be provided at the shelter beyond the beds. So I'm going back several months, but you took a lot of grief for that, if my memory is correct, and now you are trying to provide us with a vision, a potential path forward?
Through the chair, meetings could be contentious during the beginning of the process. The information that has been shared has consistently been shared through our communication and engagement team, On Your Voice Durham, and it continues to roll out. Services at sites like this, they need to be individualized. So we can't identify and stick to a plan of program A, B, and C. If the people at the site need B, C, and E, we need to give them the services they need. And so we have to treat people like humans.
So this is a great segue. I believe, Lisa, you were involved with a mother, or at least your staff. This was a young man in Newcastle who was an addict, unsheltered. He couldn't simply stay in the house. Were you involved in that at all? And I don't expect that you were, but
I would say I'm involved in a lot of individualized situations, but we do maintain the privacy of individuals. So there are numerous situations daily that the team through Homeless Help at Durham.ca is definitely actively engaged in, and moving people, either maintaining people's housing where they're at or helping people seek service and shelter is our priority always.
So a young male addict from Newcastle may in fact be making use of the facility, or at least our services. And do you think it's possible that that young male, I might have bought an apple during Apple Day if he was a cub? I don't know, I'm speculating. But these are human beings from our community, correct?
The people at 1635 Dundas and our other shelters, they all have wants, desires, and needs, and some of the most simple things have come forward since we opened. Things like being able to watch a hockey game for the first time in a long time. Initially, people started moving in mid-third week of March. And so April 1st, when people had a little bit of money, there were some trips to the dollar store, and additional cleaning supplies for individual rooms came in. So although there is cleaning at the site, please know that, people are taking great pride in having a bathroom. So your roommates and you, 2 or 3 other people, have a bathroom. And I can't tell you how many times I walk through and I see people sweeping and cleaning with their own dustpans or their own supplies because they have a bathroom. That is a huge commodity in the region. If any of us are out walking after 11 p.m., try to find a public washroom in the region of Durham.
Well, Lisa, thank you. It was a point that you made when your staff came to Clarington, and even before 11 p.m., trying to find a washroom available to the unsheltered. And I understand the challenges, but we've got to understand that there are very, very fundamental human needs on that. Lisa, thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, I'll be of the opinion that had we known what the budget, and you had a budget set aside already, we would have assumed that this was all window dressing and that there is a direct path forward. And you would have been rightfully criticized for that. We don't know. This council is going to have to make a decision, as Mayor Carter was suggesting. An incredibly difficult situation. Lisa, you and your staff are in a no-win. Thank you for what you are doing. It is appreciated. Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Roy.
Thank you. Just first for clarity, and while we speak about the funding applications or the request to the feds and to the province, we officially have not made an actual request. We've just had the conversations for clarity.
That is correct. And at the most recent yesterday, when we were informed of when certain programs would be opening up, so we do anticipate that our request will be going in within the next month. And we are meeting also with the deputy minister responsible for housing and homeless, both provincially and federally together later in July, and that's to formalize the process that we'll be going through.
And also for clarity, I know that when we brought our local MP, but also Minister of Health Mark Holland through, and also when Calandra MPP was present, and I know that Minister Tabola wants to tour as well too, that they're actually excited about this and very supportive.
Yes, absolutely, both at the staff and political level.
Okay, and through you, Mr. Chair, to Lisa, and I think that part of where we're at today, and just with the Community Liaison Committee to looking at the Phase 2 component, and even at the last meeting, I understand that the change of the questionnaire that was proposed to be put together, that the liaison committee is representative of a lot of the community around the area as well too. I just want to make sure we do have good representation from the area.
Yes, the representation at the committee is from the area, and the questions were definitely updated after the last meeting. The committee has had the opportunity to share ideas for a couple of months now to prepare that
Okay. Okay,
survey.
and just reference to a comment that was made regarding a business that was complaining. Can I ask that through you? And I know that any time that we've made this request, that the outreach team actually go and visit the burger place, because I know our outreach team has been doing phenomenal work whenever somebody has made the request and the situation has occurred.
Through the chair, I'm smiling at you because Jocelyn Siciliano is sitting behind you, and I know that she has already sent a message to have the team go and connect at the burger place. So yes, the team is very actively engaged. They are on the ground 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. This week, the priority has been connecting with those people who were impacted by the storms last weekend and helping them to ensure that they have the capacity to dry out their items, and keeping people dry, especially around foot care and wound care, is really important. So the rain last weekend can be a little scary for this community.
Okay. And lastly, Mr. Chair, I'm asking just for a little bit of a leeway on this, and I'm just going to make a comment in the statement about I've had opportunity not just to do the tour, but actually to go and visit with the residents within the 1635. And they are humans. They are somebody's father, somebody's brother, somebody's mom, somebody's grandmother. And it's alarming that the age is actually over 50. And you need to think about who we are actually talking about. To receive a hug just for a simple of bringing in some art supplies for a couple of the residents. And we are going to have them brought into the station gallery and do an exhibition of the art. We're going to work on that with you. But it is in the conversation with those, with the residents, their hope is what's next? Where can we go now? How can I get a job? I want a job. And looking at programs of where we can be working together. As Mayor Carter's walking in last week at Ontario Big City Mayors on Friday, the mayors around this province are sharing the same story. We're sharing the same story about the struggles of what are happening within our community. Yesterday, Mayor Carter and myself with OBCM and the leadership from there, we're looking at how can we get that political attention. We know our frustrations here of where the feds have not necessarily stepped up or responded to a crisis. And as Mayor Marion Mead Ward, who is our chair for OBCM, this is a humanitarian crisis. And we responded to Uxbridge when there was a tornado. Thanks, Dan. But we've also responded during COVID to the community members that needed our support, but we're not responding to our neighbors. I have a friend whose son is living on the streets in Vancouver. And it is a struggle to know that the potential of a child, and that child's a 30-year-old, but also the potential of somebody's grandmother. And right now I'm dealing with a family of mother, a father, and 2 boys. Like, this is reality. This is what we are. And I understand what we need to do as a whole. And this is what the group here is doing. From the architect to the staff to the outreach team to everybody. It is about looking at how we can together bring a solution to helping our neighbors. And unfortunately, mental health, addictions, opioid crisis, it's a health issue and it's a crisis. And we need to be speaking louder and telling that story better. Unfortunately, homeless don't vote, so it doesn't matter. But their families do. Their families do. And we need to be there to support them. And I thank you for the leeway.
You're welcome. Lisa, that exhausts the list. Just a couple follow-up questions. So opened late March, and you've had 9 people transition out of 1635 and got on with their lives.
Yes.
And on our by name list, the 740, I think you referenced today, not every person on that list has mental health and addictions problems. Some may have addiction problems, some may have mental health problems, some may have both, but the constant is they're all homeless.
Yeah, definitely, they are all homeless, 757 as of May. And it's important to remember that that the people who are unsheltered, as well as people who are housed, there's trauma that exists in life. And so whether they bring mental illness, addictions, or other pieces of their past trauma with them, poverty, it makes it harder than when we're housed and when we have food in the fridge and a TV to watch the hockey game, because that has been quite the amazing feat at 1635. You know what? They didn't mind. It was very exciting. So we would definitely have seen that the human aspects of programming at the site just are bringing people out of their shell. So.
Well, to you and your team for what you do every day across all 8 municipalities, thank you very much. And thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Members of
Thank
council,
you.
Members of council, this is what I'll put forward. I'm going to suggest we deal with the 3 communications items because they will be quick. Then I'm going to suggest we take a 20-minute recess, get your lunch, come back into the room, and we will continue. Can I sort of get a consensus on that? Yeah, I see enough hands to say that there's consensus. So moving on to communications item. CC 17, which is from the Central Lake Ontario. Oh, sorry.
I'll move all 3 with the recommendations noted.
Okay. So all 3 communications items are moved with the recommendations presented. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Brenner. Polls. Councillor Neal is on my screen.
But that's all right.
So all 3 items are duly moved and seconded. No polls, Mr. Clerk, online. Then I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none. Now I need a motion for a 20-minute recess. Moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded by Councillor McCauley, that we break for 20 minutes, you get your lunch, you come back here, and we continue on the 20-minute recess. All those in favors? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We are in recess. Take your seats. We'll have to do a roll call. Mr. Clerk, roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Electronic roll call is starting now.
Mr. Clerk, we have quorum. Votes cast is 20. We'll move on with the agenda. We stopped at committee reports. First committee report is on page 135 of your agenda. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Leahy, that the recommendations contained in items 1 to 7, inclusive report number 5 of the Finance and Administration Committee be adopted. Polls. Number 6 has to be pulled. So I'll pull that, Mr. Clerk. Okay. Seeing no hands, nothing online. On the remainder, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. On number 6, it's a recommended amendment to the Regional Development Charges bylaw. Mr. Clerk, if I just call a recorded vote, that should give us the 2/3.
Require 2/3 to reconsider.
Oh, 2/3 to,
And then
okay.
a simple vote.
Okay, members council, we need 2/3 to reconsider. Okay, moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Councillor Chapman. On the reconsideration, all those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, now we just call the vote on the item. So now we'll just call the vote on the item. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Thank you for the laugh. I appreciate that. We'll move on to health. Moved by Mayor Roy, seconded by Councillor Dyes as an interseat. Is Councillor Dyes in the back still? She's absent. Okay, so moved by Mayor Carter, seconded by Mayor Foster as members of the committee. That recommendations contained in items 1 and 2, inclusive report number 5, be adopted. Polls. Online? Sorry. Okay, seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickle. Sorry, I'll come back to you after I've started with this one. We'll do questions committee. Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Pickles. The recommendations contained in item 1 to 5, inclusive report number 6 of Planning and Economic Development Committee be adopted. Polls. Mayor Foster?
3, please. Just a quick comment.
On 3. Councillor Neal, yours is to health, not to planning?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So the only poll I have, Mr. Clerk, is item number 3. On the remainder, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Mayor Foster on 3.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to pull this. Staff have done a lot of work on this. It's to the benefit of the residents of Durham, a new way. I hope that this happens sooner than a GO train making it all the way to Bowmanville with a couple of stops on the way to Bowmanville. But I thought staff should be congratulated for the work in pushing this forward. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Oh, sorry. Councillor Jubb? I don't have him on my screen. Okay, Councillor. He's just raising his hand. Okay. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to Works, moved by Mayor Barton, seconded by Councillor Marin Pietri, that recommendations contained in item 1 to 5, inclusive report number 6 of the committee, the Works Committee, be adopted. Pulls. Councillor Nicholson?
For.
Okay. Mayor Schumer?
1, please.
Councillor Neal, you don't have anything on this one? Okay. Got it, thank you. Can you cancel Councillor Neal for me? Okay, are there any other polls? On the remainder, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll do them in order. Item number 1 was pulled by Mayor Schumer. Mayor Schumer?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I guess it's a question to staff because as I understood the original agreement on the property on Albert Street, this was subject to, I guess, a number of issues, permits, that kind of thing. Would it not be a more prudent exercise in a sale like this, where there's the possibility within some period of time that we might have to repurchase it? Because it doesn't sound like the money was put into any kind of reserve or dedicated somewhere. We're going to have to come up with the money to repurchase this. Would it not be a more prudent thing to have that money set aside for the period of time in the original agreement, just in case we had to come back and repurchase it?
I'll go to our CAO.
We can certainly consider that if we're in a situation like this again, through you, Mr. Chair, to Mayor Schumer. It is a nominal amount of money at this time, though, and we really did not anticipate that the property would be returned to the region, but it is something that we will certainly take into consideration going forward.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Nicholson, on this item or on the one you pulled? I've got it, okay. Mayor Carter, on this item?
I'm just wondering, why are we repurchasing this? And what was the intent of this purchase?
The initial intent was going to a not-for-profit organization for a women's shelter,
Yeah.
and they ended up using an alternative facility that was more straightforward to renovate, as I understand. And the terms and conditions in our original MOU was that the site be returned to us if for some reason it was not used.
So there, a shelter is still being built then?
There
in
is
this
an
particular-
operational shelter in an alternative location.
That'll serve this area?
Yes.
Great, thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Seeing no other hands, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll go to item number 4, Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I want to thank staff for the recommendation, especially for the creativity they used to provide the funding. It's a very important project in the city of Oshawa. Wilson Road is being, the entire section of Wilson Road, basically from Bloor Street all the way north to Olive Avenue, is going to be under construction over the next 3 to 4 years. Not only is the 401 going to repair their bridge, so is the CPR line through Metrolinx. Not to mention, there's a subdivision of townhouses being built across from the school. The concern I want to raise with staff, just give a small red flag. Well, I appreciate this does move the project ahead. I would urge our staff to aggressively coordinate with the various constructors on that stretch of road, see if we can actually do the projects concurrently, as opposed to getting to the point where we're going to tear up that road this year, next year, and the year after that. These are major construction projects, and I think they need to be coordinated properly. And I just wanted to flag that and encourage the commissioner to do whatever he can to help speed up that process, to not impact the residential community any longer than they have to. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nicholson, I'm getting a nod from the commissioner, so thank you. On the item, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Members of council, I'm going to go back and take questions to committees now. Councillor Neal on health. Microphone, please.
To ask, it was in the media, something about dengue disease and caused by mosquitoes. I was going to say, through you, Mr. Chair, to our health department, if there's been anything, any kind of bulletin that's going to go out, or to the public, or to that effect. It's supposed to be a tropical thing, but evidently it's being spread now through this region. Is there any information concerning that? Thank you.
Dr. Kyle?
No immediate plans to wade into this issue, and with respect to the details, I would have to look into it and report back. I'm in no position to comment today, Chair.
So we have a commitment.
Yep. No, that's fine. Thank you.
Kyle's going to look into it. Okay, thank you. Councillor Yamato, which committee?
Finance, please, Mr. Chair.
Question to finance?
So I didn't have an opportunity to pull number 4, the what looks like to be the trip to Europe. What kind of return do we expect on that? I don't know if that is better sent to, I think, economic development.
Send it to the commissioner. Commissioner?
Thank you for the question, and through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to turn that over to Simon Gill for a response. Simon?
Yes, thank you for the question and through the chair. The report lays out a number of metrics, KPIs, that we expect to achieve through our participation in that mission. They're mostly focused on investment promotion, so promoting the region of Durham for new investment from the advanced manufacturing sectors in Europe, and lead generation, so the number of leads that we can create, the number of leads that move on to site selection.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions to committees? If not, we'll move on to the committee of the whole. I will need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Miriam Pietri, seconded by Councillor Yamada, that items, just give me 1 second, that recommendations contained in items 1 to 14, inclusive report number 4 of the committee of the whole, be adopted. Polls. Oh, sorry, 1 to 15, I apologize. Sorry, give me 1 second, just making a note. Mayor Ash.
I'd like to pull the item in regards to the bridge that's in camera.
Okay, so that would be, pardon? That's item number 14. Sorry? Just 1 second. The last item. The last item, which is now renumbered 15?
Yes, report Cal 34.
Report, so it's Cal 34 on page 150, okay. So are there any other, we'll deal with that, so that's pulled. Are there any other polls?
Cal, not works, right?
Okay, just 1 second while I converse with the clerk. Do you want to put this off to the end of the meeting? Because it's a closed, well, first.
The recommendation was an open session, so we can go with an open session.
So Mayor Ash, you're dealing with the recommendation? So the recommendation was an open session? So if there, you won't need to ask any questions of a closed nature, right?
If I might, Mr. Chair, the vote went through 10-9, and there was some significant issues that some members didn't get to vote, myself included, which would have had a different outcome. That's why I wanted it to be revisited. I know of at least one other person who didn't have an opportunity to vote as well.
So on the
so I'm not sure if we want to go back in camera and relitigate, but certainly I'd like a re-vote on it, and this would be the appropriate spot.
Yeah, so just call a recorded vote on the item.
Okay.
So you're calling that recorded vote?
Yes.
Okay. So a recorded vote has been called on item 14. Everyone understands what we're doing? Sorry. Okay. Mayor Barton.
Yeah, just to be clear to everyone in the room, so a no vote would mean that we would not increase the span to 45 meters. We'd stick to the 32, which was recommended by work staff, correct? So that would be a no vote.
That would be.
Okay.
Point of order? Button, please.
It's not correct. A no vote would kill this recommendation. Somebody else would have to move another recommendation. It doesn't naturally move back to 32.
Mr. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the recommendation of the Committee of the Whole report is defeated, there is no direction being provided by council at this point.
That's the point I'm making. Someone would have to move another motion. Would that be correct?
The original recommendation was framed in the negative, which was voted down. If another motion were moved in the same way, it could be adopted. However, it would have the same effect as if no motion were presented at all.
Okay.
Essentially, no direction would be provided by council.
So the staff recommendation was defeated. The Committee of the Whole recommended this motion. If this motion is then defeated, it will be up to the council as a whole to have another motion moved to achieve something. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, council could put another motion on the floor if direction is required. However, consistent with the original staff recommendations, if no motion is put back on the floor, the outcome would be the same.
So if no motion is put on the floor, then the motion that was defeated at Cow somehow comes back alive after it was defeated by the Cow Committee?
No, there would simply be no direction from council on the subject.
So if given no direction, nothing would happen. Is that what you're telling me?
Correct.
All right. That's a unique way of approaching it. Thank you.
The bridge would still be built. Okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to provide a bit more clarity if I can, and I may turn to our Commissioner of Works as well, just to provide a bit of additional context. If this recommendation from COW is defeated, there would not be a cost-sharing arrangement between the region of Durham and the city of Oshawa, and the original proposal of Metrolinx would proceed.
Which is a 32 meter span.
Same outcome.
Go, Councillor Nicholson, just your button, please.
The city of Oshawa sent a letter to the region. We have to answer it as a council. We have to give them an answer. The answer is either yes or no. It can't be, we are not going to respond to you, therefore status quo will continue. Staff don't make decisions like this. Council does. On a cost-sharing situation, that's a council decision. And I respect council. If council doesn't support this motion, then someone should move a motion saying, we're not going to proceed with the cost sharing. Oshawa deserves, and Coca deserves, an answer by the council, not simply by inertia.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if a follow-up motion, if this motion is defeated and a follow-up motion is presented directing staff to provide that response, that would be in order. It's not a requirement. It would be, in effect, the same as receiving for information.
Okay, I have a number, so I'll come back. So Councillor Mackay.
I can call Josh to see for sure. No. Okay, she's running away too. Oh, everybody's running away. I know where they're all gathering, like the teachers. That would be good. Yeah. Hi. Can I help you? No, this is.
Okay. So we'll go to Mayor Foster. Mayor Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the end of the day, you know, the result is going to be the result. Is it possible to simply amend this to include in the vote moving forward that Oshawa be informed of council's decision? Is that not a simple path forward? Is that doable?
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
through you, Mr. Chair, if this motion is defeated, there'd be no sense in amending it necessarily, but I think staff could take that as direction that if the motion is defeated, that staff could write a response to that effect, that we communicate that to the city of Oshawa.
Okay, thank you. So there will be direction. Staff will indicate how the vote goes one way or the other. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, on the item. Mr. Clerk, I'll have you do it, please.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if you support the recommendations of Committee of the Whole, which is to engage in cost sharing between the region and the city of Oshawa, vote yes. If you wish to reject that, vote no.
Okay. Everybody's clear. There was a recorded, oh, sorry, Councillor Leahy.
Thank you. And just a quick question. So the recommendation that's on the floor, this is the one for the wider bridge, which as per CLOCA will adjust the CLOCA lines. It'll open up 3,400 acres of development with this over-engineering of this bridge, just so I'm crystal clear.
Well, I'll go to the commissioner.
Yeah, a bit of a replay of Committee of the Whole. Basically, you're talking about two bridges. One is an existing bridge, which is 15 meters wide, and the new bridge that Metrolinx is proposing is 32 meters wide. And the question is, do we want to support or cost share on an additional 13 meters, which would make it 45 meters? The analysis shows that 32 meters, provided the CP bridge is also extended or widened to 32 meters, is adequate to bring the lands.
Councillor Nicholson, push your button, please.
Debate this. Why are staff debating it?
So
You called the question, and then now staff are offering an opinion.
Councillor Leahy came up on the screen. He asked a question that I've had staff answer for
I
clarification.
understand, and the staff answered it, and then they went on afterwards to continue the debate. All the other councillors that wanted to speak, including Councillor Ash, who quite raised the matter at the beginning, wasn't allowed to debate the issue because you asked them to call a recorded vote, which he did.
I haven't called.
If we're going to debate this,
I
let's
said
debate
there's
it.
been a recorded vote called. I haven't called the vote.
I understand it, Mr. Chairman. The question I'm raising here is, if we're going to debate the issue and it's on its merits, then open up to everybody, not just to the staff.
Okay, thank you. Anyways, Councillor Leahy, do you understand?
Yeah, so the answer is yes. It allows them to develop more of the land. So that's.
No.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay, members of council. Members of council. The only person speaking right now is me. I am now calling for the recorded vote.
All right.
Recorded vote, please, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the motion starting now. Looking for Councillor Shahid online. I'm here. Oh. Thank you. You're logged in. You don't get two votes being on. Councillor Shahid?
No.
I did not know that the Easy Connect is attached to me. She told me to send the Easy Connect to her. So I apologize. Maybe that's what's going on.
Yes, I'm sorry. We've called the vote. No. Well, is okay, remember.
We're going to need to revote this.
Okay, thank you. We're going to restart the vote because the clerk wasn't able to capture it. Recorded vote was called on the item.
For clarification, is Mayor Roy currently connected as Councillor Shahid?
And they're not able to vote either. Neither is Councillor Mackay or Roy. And they're not able to connect either. So I don't know what.
Okay. We have a call for 5. The- Hey, excuse me. We need 5 minutes to establish connections. Is that what's happening, Mr. Clerk? The vote's been called. Just. The clerk is saying that we're going to have to revote. Mr. Clerk, explain why.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I cannot cast a vote for Councillor Shahid at this time because she's currently logged in by proxy as Mayor Roy. So this needs to be rectified in order for her to cast a ballot in the chambers. That will require us a second to reset the system and get that organized.
So the 5-minute recess, Mr. Clerk, is in order. Moved by Mayor Ash, seconded by Mayor Foster. On a 5-minute recess, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? Hold your hands up, I'm gonna have to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I make 13, Mr. Clerk. Opposed? You can't vote twice, Councillor Kerr. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I count 7 in opposition. We're in recess for 5 minutes. Take your seats. Could I have somebody check the back room to make sure all members of council are? Okay, Ms. Clerk, we're going to do a roll call. You ready? Roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Roll call is starting now.
Okay, so we have quorum. Members of council, we're on item 14. A recorded vote has been called. Mr. Clerk, I call that vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
So the rules are, in event of a tie, it loses. So that's defeated. Members of council, we'll move on. Councillor Nicholson.
Point of order. So I understand the rules. There were 23 votes when it was first voted. You said you had a technical problem.
The clerk had asked for a recess.
I understand.
Okay.
Since that time, since you had called the vote, anyway, the first round, somebody new entered the chambers and voted. Does that follow the rules of council? Because they weren't present when the first vote was held, and this was a redo-over.
Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we were informed that certain members were unable to join remotely and were having technical issues and had every intention of being here and present for the initial vote. And
Thank you. That's all I wanted to know. Thank you very much.
Okay, members of council, that finishes the items in committee of the whole. Sorry. Okay, on the remainder, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. Okay, Mr. Clerk, that moves us on to departmental reports. Just give me 1 second, please, members of council. Okay, we'll deal with them one at a time, if that's okay. First one is Durham Region Local Housing Corporation Annual Shareholder Meeting. Looking for a mover, Councillor Chapman. Sorry, okay. Looking for a seconder, Mayor Carter. Okay, so the item is now on the floor. Questions? Online, Mr. Clerk? Seeing none, I'll call the vote. All those in favor? In opposition? Seeing none, that carries. We'll move on to 10.2. This is the appointment of a regional fire coordinator and an alternate. Could I get a mover, please? Moved by Councillor McDougall, seconded by Councillor Leahy. Okay, the item is now on the floor. Questions? This is online. Seeing none, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, thank you. That carries. So, Mr. Clerk, that is, we're on to notices of motion. So, members of council, give me 1 second, please. Okay, first notice of motion is 11.1, it is moved by Councillor Yamada and Leahy, both here. Motion requesting the Region of Durham to hear the costs for adding one unwarranted traffic signal.
That's number 3.
Oh, sorry, it's number 1 in my book. Okay, sorry, they're out of order. Okay, sorry, so that's 3, that's 2, that's 1. So, okay, so I apologize, members of council, my pages are out of order in my book. The first motion, 11.1, is the motion to request the province of Ontario commit to provincial regulations needed to restrict keeping of non-native exotic wild animals. Councillor Mulcahy, are you online? Councillor Mulcahy? Okay. Councillor Mulcahy? Councillor? They're back. Councillor Mulcahy. Okay, we've had a councillor in the room suggest that she's willing to move it. Councillor Shahid, seconded by point of order, okay. Councillor Nicholson, push your button.
Procedure required notice be given that 2 members of council was to proceed with a notice of motion. You can't substitute on the floor of council on a notice of motion.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. A substitute could be accepted if a mover or seconder were to withdraw from a motion.
They're not here.
However, they're not here. They are connected online, and they would need to indicate
Well,
that in order to
let's try
provide
one
it.
more time. Councillor Mulcahy. Can't hear you.
Ask her if she'd like to proceed with the motion and get a head nod.
Councillor McKee, so you're on the clerk's screen. Mr. Clerk, you ask her the question, please.
Councillor Mulcahy, if you'd like to proceed with moving your notice of motion at this meeting, please give us a nod. Thank you.
Okay, so that is a yes. On the seconder is Mayor Roy.
Mayor Roy, if you'd like to proceed with seconding this motion, can you please request to speak?
Then, members of council, this is not working. Mr. Clerk, we can refer this to the next council agenda.
It will be there
It's there automatically. Okay, okay, does everyone understands what happens? We don't have the mover and the seconder both here, so it'll have to be done at another time. Mr. Clerk, we're moving on to 11.2. Motion requesting the Regional Council of Durham to approve the revitalization grant to Bond Street Event Center in the city of Oshawa. Moved by Councillor Kerr, seconded by Mayor Carter. Councillor Kerr, nod please, just nod. Mayor Carter, nod. Councillor Kerr, do you want to proceed with reading this into the record, please?
The clerk could kindly put it up on the screen. I do have it on my phone, but okay.
Recorded vote has been called by Councillor Miriam Pietri at the appropriate time.
I have it in writing in front of me. Councillor Anderson was kind enough to give it to me. I can read it now.
Just proceed, please.
Yeah, thank you. So moved by myself, Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Carter. Whereas the Regional Revitalization Grant, RRP, has as its purpose the granting of funds to projects would have a positive impact on the economic vitality of a municipality's downtown, and whereas the RRP is set to an upper limit which does not exceed that at which the municipality in question has already contributed in CIP grants, note facade grants not included, and whereas the City of Oshawa Urban Growth Center Community Improvement Plan, CIP grant, will be dispensed upon approval by Oshawa City Council on June 24th, following a unanimous vote to recommend approval to City Council at the June 3rd Economic and Development Services Committee meeting of Oshawa, and whereas the project in question cannot be completed without said grants, and whereas the building in question is an historic designated building, the original Union Hall of Local Auto Workers Union, and whereas there are precedents whereby grants have been released even after building permits have been issued, and whereas the successful completion and operation of the building will have a large positive impact on the economic revitalization of Bond Street in downtown Oshawa, along with the growing residential aspects of the downtown in terms of quality of life, therefore, be it resolved that Regional Council approve a revitalization grant to the Bond Street Event Center in an amount not to exceed the City of Oshawa Urban Growth Care Center Community Improvement Plan, CIP, grant contributions of $160,900 already in place. I'd like to speak very briefly because I think this is almost self-explanatory. We have had some economic development on King Street. Bond Street is a diamond in the rough. It awaits some economic revitalization. That's exactly what this building will do. Two things. One, Atria Developments, who supported the Troubadour concert series because they could see the positive quality of life impact on their residents, both those currently and those moving into the building. Creates a more vital downtown. Secondly, Atria has a proposal coming forward for the lands immediately behind this building. And without this building being revitalized, it has been a bit of a tough area in terms of vandalism, illegal activities of a variety of nature. So if you're building buildings where residents look onto this, it's not a particularly great site. However, with this building coming forward, that area is being cleaned up tremendously. So this, as well as providing not one, not two, but 5 new businesses to the area in terms of a 1,200-seat concert venue, which by musician standards will be one of the best mid-sized venues in the country, not just Ontario, a 400-seat nightclub also for up-and-coming bands, a Wi-Fi cafe, which is being utilized and will be by the Ontario Tech students across the street, and a restaurant bar on the upstairs, plus a rooftop patio eventually, but none of these can be accessed right now by anybody with any accessibility issues because it's an historic building. So once this building came online and they realized the accessibility factor, yeah, the building permits were pulled. But there's a desire to add an accessibility elevator to make the entire building, all floors, accessible to all residents in Oshawa, Durham Region, and beyond who will come to visit this building. There's a seniors residence just 2 doors down. They're interested in this building, but right now they can't access it if they have an accessibility item. I think this is will jumpstart the complete revitalization of Bond Street. There may be some other projects coming down the road that will look at this and go, this is going to be an even better place to live than what it is now. So I would really hope that we can get behind this and pass this RRP grant. The City of Oshawa believes in this and has mobilized funds to the maximum of its capability to do so, less the facade grant, which is not part of the guidelines. We've given the maximum we can, and we're hoping that we can get this RRP grant so that this worthy project can be completed and provide a great service, not only to the residents of Oshawa, but the residents of Durham Region and also beyond. Thank you very much.
Mayor Carter is the seconder.
Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, I'd like to reserve my comments until others speak, please. Thank you.
Okay, that's fine. Mayor Foster?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Kerr, I love you. Mayor Carter, love you as much or more, and I would love to express that love to you in a tangible, putting my hand up and voting yes. Councillor Kerr, we had a chat earlier. I have serious reservations on this. I can tell you, I'll get confirmation that over the years that this plan, the Regional Revitalization Grant Program, has been in existence. Ms. Taylor, we spoke about this, but I believe Ajax received a grant once, Whitby has received one or two, and Oshawa a couple. And I'm not aware of any other municipality in Durham Region over 15 years or so. Am I close on that in being able to access the grants as the rules stand?
So through the chair, yes, because of the focus of the program for that redevelopment in very disadvantaged brownfields developments, those kinds of things, that typically it seems to be the older core downtown areas that are most potential for the opportunities of the grant.
So the challenge here, and this has been a great frustration in Clarington, that a pot of Durham regional money has not been available to my community. With this change, because this does change the program, Clarington will be stepping up in a big way. Because if facade improvements in Oshawa are now capable, it is going to require that I step as mayor. Councillor Croy, I know you're saying no, but as mayor of the municipality of Clarington, as much as I'm wearing my regional hat here, and all of the other mayors are going to have to be looking. So again, Ms. Taylor, maybe I've got it wrong, but this would in fact change the dynamics of the grant process, would it not?
So through the chair, and the clerk may be able to assist me here, the recommendation is not to amend the Regional Revitalization Program, but if council approves this request, you are approving something that's contrary to your existing program.
Right, but so as much as we're not amending it, and I get it, but the reality is we are stepping outside of the box of the existing program, correct?
So through the chair, that's correct. This was denied by staff through the process, saying that it didn't qualify under the RRP.
So my fear is, we heard from Mr. Glass earlier, we're all concerned, and there are some frustrations that we hear we've got to lower taxes, but we don't know how to lower taxes. But if this is a new dynamic in the program, if we are now stepping up, and the reality is we should be changing the program to do it, as the mayor of the municipality of Clarington, with CIPs that are focused on facade improvements, 125,000 here, I have to support owners in Clarington in the same fashion, and I suspect every other mayor has to do so as well. So I'm deeply concerned with. And Councillor Kerr, you're going to, I mean, it's your motion, so I'm pretty sure the chair is going to let you wrap up. And I know Mayor Carter is going to point out the error of my ways, and I'm more than in more ways than one. The personal stuff we should do after the meeting, Mayor Carter. But I've got some very serious concerns. Thank you.
Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Chair, good afternoon. I serve as Chair of Economic and Development Services in the city with the support of Mayor Carter and my regional and city council colleagues. And I'm not here to point out errors. I'm just going to say the perspective that we have is a little different in how we deal with matters. And I would invite any mayor or fellow colleague at the regional level to see the benefit in doing the same. I think this is an opportunity. This is also a much different play than what was suggested as being a facade improvement. This is an investment of a significant amount. I know that the proponent, responsible for this investment is here today, there are numerous applications that have come forward and many more in the future. And if our perspective is, for example, to question what economic development is without understanding how it becomes, then I think the conversation is going to lead us to the same old objectives and results. I think it's important for us to recognize the important direction that the city, the townships, the municipalities, the region needs to move in, and that's a very bold one. Whether it's reaching out internationally and seeking global tenants, securing blue chip investment within communities, or doing something as simple as maybe rewriting a bylaw or a policy so that investments like these ones actually are rewarded. This isn't, someone slapping a coat of paint on a building, and it's not, something as inconsequential as the potential of a doorbell having to be changed or maybe some lights being upgraded. I invite everyone to attend the Bond Street Event Center, as I know that I'll hopefully get invitations to attend the projects in other municipalities. And I hope in doing that, we become ambassadors of the kind of investment that occurs in our community and what it can bring. I think ultimately, the thought process, just to wrap up, is one that's centered on investment. And I think this is an investment for the region of Durham and the council and those who are, even at the staff level, having to employ or apply the policy to really rethink, the direction. Unfortunately, in the previous vote, we didn't see fit to open up a great deal more of economic development to the tune of tens of millions in taxation and revenues associated with that vote. I hope that this one being a little less, in terms of cost, it sees a more positive outcome.
Councillor Nicholson?
Thank you. Obviously, I'm going to support this motion. If adding an accessible elevator to an older historical building that's designated in order to allow the full building to be used by the entire community is not part of revitalization, then we need to go back and revisit our policy in great entirety. If you're voting against this on the merit of the application, then fine. If you're voting against this because the wording doesn't match, I would submit to you the spirit of the intent of the regional revitalization policy is definitely met by this application. We want to improve communities all across Durham. And I sincerely would suggest that we approve this today. And if we need to go back and broaden the mandate of the RRP, I would wholeheartedly support that as well. But let's not stop real revitalization because we're interpreting some wording from years ago. This definitely meets the spirit of the intent of the original policy. And I think we should uphold that by voting for it. Thank you.
Okay, that exhausts the speakers except for Mayor Carter. Mayor Carter, I'm going to give you a suggestion because this is not the region's policy. So introducing a friendly of understanding that this is not within the normal, Mr. Clerk, what would the wording be for that? Notwithstanding the existing policy?
Yeah.
Because on its merit, as you see it, it doesn't meet the process, but notwithstanding the existing council position, is that fair enough? So I would just put that out to you as, well, I'd like that for that. Mr. Clerk, does that need to be done? Is good with that as a friendly amendment? I'm getting a nod, and the clerk says it's acceptable as a friendly. So, okay. Sorry, Mayor Foster?
Mr. Chair, I'm good with that, but if we're going to do this, we need to change the policy. This is a one-off. So I do understand the rationale for doing it. I do understand the benefit for doing it. But but the rules need to apply to everyone. So if we're doing the notwithstanding piece, I would like to see something that is suggesting that Durham Region is revisiting the policy such that if there are projects in Clarington, if there are projects in Uxbridge or Brock or wherever else, that we are all on the same footing, because we have not been on the same footing. Well, that's an unfair statement. I'll withdraw that statement. But if we're doing it here, again, I need to be able to go back to my community and say, you know what, we've opened the door on this, and staff are going to come back and show us how there's equity for everybody. Thank you.
And so thank you. So I think the difference here is and it's been a long day, so this isn't a designated CIP, Commissioner, area?
I'm not entirely aware, but it wasn't meeting the criteria for other reasons.
I understand that.
Yeah, whether it's a CIP, off the top, I'm not 100% sure.
Mayor Carter, is it, I believe it is, I'm just going by memory, so I apologize. And just from the chair, because you're going to conclude as the final speaker, so I will just say that I understand what's happening, but often an investment in such applications from the region, we seem sometimes that there should be a regional benefit here, and that would be working something out with the owner for some use related to the facility, related to economic development here at the region. I don't know how to say that without looking at the back for a nod, but there has to be a return on the investment. But anyways, I'm going to let you finish, Mayor Carter.
First of all, I thank everyone for their comments, and I've heard quite clearly in regards to Mayor Foster's concerns and other mayors that will have the same concerns. Mayor Foster, along with many other communities, have historical, vibrant communities and downtown communities that have benefited greatly by serving their communities. Oshawa, as you know, has had some challenges in regards to our downtown area, and is part of our investment to be able to make sure that that happens. I've witnessed and supported in this chamber in regards to other communities that have needed assistance and outside of policies said, no, I think we should participate because I believe it's the right thing to do. And I remember one of those debates was about a 401 ramp. And I said, absolutely, if that's going to bring jobs and opportunity investment, I'm going to support it 100%. And I still stand by that. And I think those kind of investments are necessary. I think Councillor Kerr talked about this particular building and the historical aspects of it. It was a union hall, the CAW, the Unifor building. And this is a historical building that's been saved in regards to our downtown. This is also a historical family that is invested in our community heavily and continues to do so. As a matter of fact, I'm telling you that to my knowledge, have leveraged everything they possibly can to be able to make this investment in our downtown, because they understand the significance of this investment and what it will do, not only for our community, but what it will do in regards to communities across the region of Durham. This is creating local jobs, local investment, and it is supporting local family business. And we are trying to make sure that we do everything we possibly can to be able to support these type of initiatives. I clearly understand about the policy that is there. I understand that this is part of our procedure that we have here. The notwithstanding, I think, is appropriate, and I also believe that I'm hoping that we have a conversation about how do we support all downtowns in regards to the significance of investments like this. I'm urging all of us to be able to clearly understand that, as many of you have stated in this chamber, the city of Oshawa, even as I sit here as a representative of the region of Durham, representing 750 or 780,000 people over 2,500 square kilometers, I want to see all of our communities succeed. But all of you are aware of the challenges that my community is facing. And this is part of a vital piece to be able to see the vibrancy and investment to continue into our community so that we may be able to turn the page in regards to those concerns. This is a good investment. I give the Sacco family
so much credit for doing what they have done. And I'm grateful for their investment. And I urge all of us to please consider this, to support it, and I am open to being able to support other members in this body as they bring forward other policies that will benefit their community. This is about investment. This is about jobs. This is about taxation. This is about opportunity. This is about supporting not only our region, but our local cities and our families that are investing so heavily. They get up every single day and find a way of being able to make sure that they can meet payroll, that they continue to look for opportunities within our communities. And it's those individuals that have been here through the thick and the thin, the hardship and the challenges in our communities. And they continue to do that time after time. And I'm asking for all of our support with this particular request. I'm asking for a recorded vote at the appropriate time. And I thank you, Chair Henry, for your guidance throughout this matter. But I also thank those and respect those that have also shared their concerns.
So a recorded vote was already called by Councillor Miriam Pietri, so just so you know, but it doesn't matter when you call the vote. Okay, anybody online? No. Okay, Mr. Clerk, sorry. Mayor Watton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I would just like to also just reference a presentation we had back in April with respect to arts and culture, a mapping presentation that says to enhance regional capacity and collaboration and explore regional art council models and so on and so forth. And this sounds like it's something that would help enhance that ask as well. So those are just my comments.
Okay. Is there anyone else wishing to speak before I call for the vote? Seeing none, recorded vote was called by Councillor Miriam Pietri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote is starting now.
Okay, Mr. Clerk, the vote carries. Members of council, that brings us to the last motion. Sorry. Motion requesting the Region of Durham to bear the costs for adding one unwarranted traffic signal to all 8 municipalities within the region. Moved by Councillor Yamada, seconded by Councillor Leahy. Councillor Yamada.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And so whereas the current regional policy for unwarranted traffic lights is cost shared 50% between the region and the lower tier municipality until the traffic lights meet regional norms, whereas lower tier municipalities must continually add traffic light locations to accommodate residential safety issues and concerns. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 8 municipalities within the region of Durham can add one unwarranted traffic signal per calendar year at no cost to the lower tier municipality, costs being borne 100% by the region, as long as the lower tier municipality passes a council motion. So we've been undergoing a tremendous amount of growth within the region, and we're hearing from our residents, especially in the latest committee of the whole the last committee of the whole at the town of Whitby, where residents from Brooklyn, hundreds of them were writing in the need for a stoplight where the work is being done along Highway 7. And I get it. Some of these lights that we at the town of Whitby have put in that have been unwarranted were due to the fact that past councils put in or approved developments that were landlocked with only one way out. So this isn't the case. The region is doing a lot of work along Highway 7. It's going to be difficult for the next couple of years for the residents there, and listening to the concerns of the residents of the fact that the area is getting busier, the need for unwarranted lights. And, you know, I was sitting and talking with a group of residents in a park yesterday, and the issue came up with, you know, could we put in stoplights at the corner of Anderson and Kilbride to ensure greater safety for the community? And so that there is this need, as the development keeps growing, as the region keeps growing, there are going to be growing safety concerns within our community. And I don't suspect for a second that this is just going to be a Whitby problem. This is going to be a problem throughout the region. So myself, Councillor Leahy, are bringing this motion forward in hopes of support from our council colleagues to help us with our issues of community safety in our municipality. Thank you.
Councillor Leahy.
Perfect. Thank you, Chair Henry. So again, happy to bring this forward today. Like, as you can see, part of the challenge, trying to bring a policy that benefits all and isn't focus it on just downtowns or just growing areas, but something that would be equitable to all municipalities, which is part of the thought process behind it. Speaking with the commissioner there, we do have there's about 300 requests overall for these types of things. So every community has unwarranted requests, and is always trying to manage that balance. There's been about 15 that's gone in the last number of years, about 4 or 5 in Whitby, so that don't meet the warrants. But again, it comes down to giving the authority to the local municipality that's closer to the people and closer to those, say, traffic and safety concerns, and saying, if we're not quite at the thresholds, but we still need it for a safety piece, we need it. Now, it's a piece of regional infrastructure on a regional road to try and help address a community concern. So the whole point is to try and get it in a way that's equitable between all 8 municipalities, because everyone's going to run into this concern from time to time, and allow the region basically to fully pay for the regional infrastructure. Another option is to look at adjusting the warrants, but looking at the warrants is another piece. But I'd like to start with this one, which is basically having each municipality the equitable opportunity to put in one. We all have unwarranted lights, or at least all the growing areas, and I think that's an equitable approach. So hopefully we can get the support of council at this particular piece, and we'll figure out the way to improve the policy after that. Thank you.
Councillor Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One benefit of being on here a long time is you can go back and remember when we had this debate to set this policy. The reason this policy was established is because we thought eventually through growth, the local partner would eventually grow, so they to match the regional road, which at that time tended to be the larger 4-lane roads. I know in Oshawa that's the way it was. The problem is now we've got a new provincial policy that says we want to increase density on regional roads. So we want even more traffic to be on the regional roads rather than on the local roads. So it sets up a scenario where it will be virtually impossible for some of these intersections to ever meet any warrant criteria, no matter how lenient you make it. There are roads, local roads, residential roads, that will never have the same traffic as a regional road, but are suffering under a massive load of traffic on the regional road. And I'll give you one small example in my community that I'm sure most members of council who's ever gone to Lakeview Park will ever understand. If you drive down Simcoe Street to Lakeview Park, it's a regional road. Next to that, north of the harbor, is a little road called Harbor Road. It's a massive choke point for pedestrians. You can't get to Lakeview Park without dodging the traffic. And on any given day, especially on our weekends in the summer, we have 20,000 people going down there. And they're all driving, and unfortunately some are driving at 120 kilometers an hour as well. And we can't get a traffic light unless the municipality forks over their share to basically provide a light that 99% benefits the region on the regional road. These lights aren't being put in for the most part to benefit local communities, like local streets. They're basically being put on regional roads to deal with the ever-increasing traffic on regional roads. And I'm sure every one of us and all your municipalities can come up with a parallel scenario in our own communities where the traffic is increasing and increasing on regional roads, and it has a direct impact on our local road system. We went 50-50 because we thought growth might solve the problem. Obviously, growth is actually making the problem worse. So I urge members of council to help the process, help provide safer streets, help give our regional roads some comfort that we can control the traffic flow, because stoplights do slow traffic as well, because you have to stop. And I'm sure over time, this will be a very positive benefit to all our communities. And in fact, I wasn't going to make the argument, but I won't do that, which is those of us with 200,000 people should get 2 as opposed to those with 100,000 people getting 1. But I won't make that argument today. I'm happy to do 1 for each, and then see where that leads us. Thank you.
Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess my first question would be to staff. What would this proposal, what would this cost be per year?
Mayor Schumer, I'm going to say between 500,000 to 750,000 per set of lights. Commissioner?
Yeah.
Depending on location.
Correct.
That would be the incremental cost to the region. So
At a
we'd be
minimum, $4 million a year at $500,000 each.
okay. The incremental cost. Okay. I guess my other question is, I see where the movers of the motion are coming from on this. I'm thinking in our little piece of the region here, a light a year would pretty much take care of almost every intersection after a while. It would not take long. And I'm just trying to get an idea of how this equates into smaller municipalities, such as Brock, with 1 unwarranted light per year. I guess I'll maybe ask the mover of the motion what his thoughts are on that.
Councillor Yamada?
Thank you. And, going through the community, maybe not everyone needs an unwarranted light per year. It would be at the direction of the council, the local area municipal council, to make that decision and then to bring it forward. So if Whitby didn't have a need for it, we wouldn't bring it forward. So it is a cost. There is a cost issue, but I'm not saying that it would be on the extreme high end. I think most councils, I think all councils are reasonable, and we'll look at the cases. In our case, we're paying for one along Highway 7. And so I think people or councils will have that decision or have that discussion around their tables, make their decisions, and submit that forward. We may not bring one every year. And so I really find it difficult to believe that we're just going to be using one after another yearly. So I don't buy that argument, but I do feel for the best interest of the community to be able to try to provide public safety and safety for children, whether they're crossing the street. I know if you drive along Highway 12 at Canary, there's a white painted bicycle at that corner because there was someone who got killed. There you talk to people at the corner or who live in a development along Glengowan. There has been accidents and T-bones. So I do think
you're wrapping up your comments.
Yeah.
Okay, but you've just done that.
I hope I've been able to answer Mayor Schumer's question, and I'll call for a recorded vote at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Mayor Foster.
Excuse me,
Councillor
Mr.
Schumer.
Chair, do I still have the floor?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I get all of the safety concerns. I get that. I understand it. We've got similar concerns in Brock. They might manifest themselves in slightly different ways. They're not all intersection based. For example, we are the only municipality where a high school doesn't have a sidewalk. Our youth walk on the road. So, you know, I'd have a bit of a problem in the fact that, you know, the fine people in Brock Township are going to be funding a chunk of this and getting hardly any lights each year. I mean, maybe we could get one or two, but that would cover 2 years. You know, I think this is one of those discussions where you start thinking, okay, are there other ways while the larger municipalities, the ones undergoing the growth, can certainly benefit from a regional program like this, or like this is proposed, but yet, you know, the smaller municipalities that are not undergoing that kind of growth, that would not substantiate it, is there a mechanism that could be built in, payment in lieu of? Because I can tell you, I can certainly, we could certainly use that equivalent funding, or even a fraction of it, to help us with a lot of our safety-related road issues, including sidewalks. So I'm having a little bit of difficulty supporting this the way it stands. I support the general nature of it, but I'm having a little bit of a problem supporting it in such a broad context. Thank you very much.
Mayor Foster.
So, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, through you to Ms. Taylor. Ms. Taylor, we had a chat, and I'm going to chew on an old bone, and I know all of you are tired of hearing perhaps this from me, but we heard possibly $4 to $5 million, and maybe in the first couple of years. Clarington could certainly take advantage of this, but what would $5 million annually relate to percentage-wise as a tax increase, or
Just over
4
half
million?
of 1%.
So if I may, through the chair, at the risk of correcting the chair, the cost estimate here could be between the range of 4 to 8 million, depending on the nature of the intersection and the kinds of construction and electrical that may be required. And if we're approaching the 8 million mark plus operating and maintenance, you're looking at the potential for it to be 1% on the levy.
Yeah, I think
Potentially.
I think I was working with Mayor Foster's number of 5 million. So, but
So-
I appreciate the help.
So, which is,
Go ahead, Mayor Foster.
thank you. Which you know, which is sort of, again, I'm going to come back to the delegate that we had, and I have supported every budget here, and will likely continue to do so because there are things that we need to do on that. Clarington would absolutely take advantage of this. You know, all of the high growth municipalities would take advantage of this, but are we adding a half a point to a point to the 2025 budget? And Ms. Taylor, you were sharing your angst with me at without things like this coming in with what council would view as a reasonable tax increase. Would you like the opportunity for a little bit of I'm going to call it therapy, in terms of sharing your concerns with the 2025 budget? And you can say no.
So through the chair, I would simply note that certainly staff took to heart a great deal the challenges in the 2024 budget and council's struggle with that. And, we are going to make every effort to not have to relive that. But as a number have noted, these kinds of things do presuppose additional requirements above what's already on our plate, which is quite substantial. That's a theoretical comment for your awareness.
Thank you. And I'll close quickly, Mr. Chair. It would be interesting on each council meeting, if we looked at unbudgeted items that were on the agenda, on things that have come in over budget, we are needing to pull out. I don't know how much money we spent today, because I didn't add everything up, that we didn't expect to spend last week until we saw this agenda. And this is exactly a challenge for us. So I've got to tell you, I'm very, very concerned with what's moving forward in the next couple of years, and things that we have very little control over. So Clarington would love this, but fiscally I cannot support it. Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for whichever commissioner can answer this. So we see in here that cost sharing between a lower tier and the region to get an unwarded traffic light is 50%. Is that anywhere, or is that just where it connects to a regional road? So my point is, if we want a traffic light in Oshawa that's on 2 city streets, not a regional road, is that 50%? Does the region pay for 50% of that, or does the city pay for the whole amount?
So the commissioner just, go ahead, Ramesh, please.
Yeah, a local road intersecting with a local road would be a local intersection. The city has, the region has nothing to do with it.
Right, that's what I thought. Okay, so start off with, there's a few things here when we talk, and people seem to, when they talk about traffic safety, go to the highest level. Oh, we're having trouble at this intersection, so we should get a traffic light. Does anybody look at four-way stops? Does anybody look at pedestrian crossings? I mean, this is what some of our staff that are trained engineers, traffic engineers, are trained to do, to look at that and say that. The other thing is, so this motion, to me, would say that if I want a traffic light on 2 intersecting city streets, the region's going to pay for it, because it doesn't say regional roads. It doesn't say intersecting with any regional roads. Maybe assumed, but it doesn't say that. The other thing, it says 100%. And when you look at intersections, it's not just as simple as putting up 4 poles, 1 on each corner, with the traffic lights. Sometimes the intersection needs to be changed. And this is where the warrants come in. Sometimes the intersection needs to be changed so that there's an advanced green, there's a turning lane, or else we're going to have even more traffic problems and more safety concerns. Then you add into it all the crosswalk, all the painting and the road and all that sort of stuff. So the warrant is there for a purpose. And some people may not like the idea that there's a process to say this is where a traffic light needs to go, right? As opposed to saying it would be nice to have one here because people would feel safer. Yes, you're absolutely right. And I'm all for people feeling safer. But at some point, we have to look at it and say, let's go back to Elmer the safety elephant teaching. I don't know if some of you younger guys and gals in this room ever knew who Elmer the safety elephant was, right? But where and when and how to cross the street, right? At uncontrolled intersections. And then you get into the Highway Traffic Act, and it's about what you do at an uncontrolled intersection, what you do at a 2-way stop, what you do at a 4-way stop, and all those things. So there's much more than just saying a lot of people think that this is going to be much, much safer by having a traffic light there, and we're going to have the region pay. And I know where you're coming from, Mr. Chair, when you say 500,000 to, it could be even up to $1 million, depending on whether any construction. We see in the letter that is attached to this now, the correspondence from Whitby, right, is that where they want this traffic light in Brooklyn, it's a reduced cost because there's already going to be construction there, right? So imagine if that construction, that widening of Winchester wasn't going to happen, and in order to put that there with the medium that they're talking about, what the cost of that would be if the construction wasn't already happening. So I think we have to look at that. It's not just simple as saying, hey, let's pick 4 lights. The next issue that I would have with it is councils, now we're going to fight over. So how many, people are saying I got 7, I got 10 in my community that are unwarranted, which would be nice to have a traffic light. Boy, those council meetings are going to be hard ones to control. Mayor Ash is smiling. Hard to control to see which one do we put forward to the region. I think I can't support this based on this. This is back to the lower tier, and it's easy to say, and we say it ourselves sometimes when we say the upper level of government needs to support us. Yes, but in this case, the upper level of government from the lower tier is paying into the same types of property taxes, as opposed to when we say the province or the feds aren't supporting us, they have that much broader tax base, not property taxes, in order to share with us. But in our case, all we have are the property taxes. So I'm sorry, but I'll take Mayor Foster's line to say, as much as I might like Councillor Lee and Yamada, I can't support them. Thanks.
I used the word love.
Councillor McDougall.
Thank you. I'm not going to use the word love. To the commissioner, a question. The motion as it's written, would it apply to local roads and provincial highways? Just thinking in terms of Scugog, we probably don't have many intersections that this would apply to in terms of local and regional, but would it apply to local and provincial highways? And as well, would this be retroactive if we have any outstanding bills for lights that might not be quite paid for yet, but might be installed?
So the second one I'm just going to take is levity.
No, not at all, sir.
Okay, we'll take it in two questions then. On the first part.
Through the chair, yeah. My understanding is, yeah, of course, it doesn't apply to local roads, nor would it apply to MTO roads like Highway 12, Highway 7, 7A, and so on.
Okay, and it would have to be retroactive, correct, Mr.?
So through the chair, I would suggest that we would want to edit it to say only regional roads so that 5 years down the road, it's clear on the record. But I would also suggest to you that this would not be retroactive if this is a new policy that council is going to put into place going forward, then it would apply to the requests that come going forward.
Okay, and then further through, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner. It was stated factually that all municipalities have unwarranted requests at this time outstanding with the region. Is that correct, Commissioner? As far as I know, in Scugog, we don't have any. Is there any other municipalities that don't, or perhaps we do and I just don't know? Is there any others that do not have any? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, we have 19 signals that we've put like over the last decade or so, and they're all in the southern municipalities. None in Brock Township, Scugog, or Uxbridge.
So there's no, sorry, just for clarity, through you, Mr. Chair. So there's no unwarranted requests currently in Brock, Uxbridge, or Scugog?
Oh, sorry, my answer was about existing unwarranted signals. In terms of whether we have requests, I have to look into my database.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Councilor Mayor Pietri.
The amendment to ensure that the language that was provided by our Finance Commissioner is included in the case that the motion passes. So the amendment would be that this apply only to regional intersected roads.
Okay, you need a seconder? Sure. Seconded by Councilor Nicholson. Councilor Nicholson on the amendment?
Yeah, I just want to urge you to support the amendment, given that 99% of the issues that are generated on these intersections are generated on the regional roads. We're not talking about massive traffic coming off a local road onto a region causing the region problems. We're talking about regional traffic causing the local communities problems. Some may argue that this is a form of stealth download, where region, rather than paying 100% of the cost of their own intersections, is asking the lower tier to pay for half, even though we're not causing the problem. I would, however, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask one question of staff to clarify. You've raised the issue that the cost would be $4 million, and our treasurer said it could be as high as 8. Is that just the increase on the 50%, or is that the total cost of a projected intersection program?
So my comments were $500,000 to $750,000 an intersection, as I was told.
Yeah, and I agree with you.
So that's $4 million to.
No, sir. The region is already on the hook for half of that at $275.
Oh, I understand what you're
So
saying.
when you say 8 million, you're not saying 8 million, that's the total cost.
That's right.
The regional is already on the hook under our current policy for half that cost. If a local municipality said, here's my 275, the region is on the hook for 275.
But we don't automatically approve.
No,
one
if we
every
proceed.
year. If you
the
proceeded, yeah.
So I just wanted us to be clear that, before we got talking about, massive tax impact and et cetera. And the vast majority of this, by the way, is also funded from our transportation reserve, but I won't get into that either. I just say at this point, this is a regional problem and it needs a regional solution.
If I could speak to the amendment as well. I didn't get the opportunity.
Your microphone's on. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, I didn't get the opportunity to do that. I think the amendment's important for two reasons. The first is to signal, pun intended, that we actually do have a responsibility to play in the signalization of intersections. Whether the warrants need to be changed or discussed, there's not a single community that hasn't, brought forward a request that we haven't had difficulties with. Because the perception out there for the average person is the regionalized intersections, or at least the roads that intersect with, regional roads, need to be signalized. So that's on one hand, the perception. The other is, what are the warrants? And I think that Councillor Nicholson indicated something that I think we struggle with here, and that is that we have a growing pressure in terms of development and densities, and the infrastructure is something that needs to catch up. But I think that's a secondary matter. The primary matter here is the understanding that the municipality that's requesting the signalization outside of the warrant is still on the hook for 50%. So the point is, whether this happens today or tomorrow may not be a big deal aside from, the budgetary constraints or requirements. But if you're looking at it from a cost saving standpoint, if you come forward today and provide that infrastructure today, the region would be at a cost savings tomorrow. Because last I checked, signalized intersections don't go down in price, they go up. And I think since I've been on council, we're at 500 to 750. And that's collectively. That wasn't the case 25 years ago. So I think you also have to look at it from that lens. If the municipality and the community and the need is perceived to be there now, and the opportunity to engage the initiative, complete the project, and essentially pay for it today is a possibility, it's much more intelligent to invest today than it is to spend tomorrow. That's where I'm coming from on this. Thank you.
Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just a couple of questions. And I think Councillor Nicholson kind of alluded to that, but I didn't get a right response on that. In this case, 50% cost is with the town and 50% is with the region. And when 100% cost gets to the region, it's 4 to 8 million. That's about a percentage of on regional tax base. What is it in dollars?
So if I may, through the chair, perhaps I'll clarify my correction to the chair, my apologies to the chair. When my comments around it being the 0.5% to 1%, when you're looking at 4 to 8, that's for the capital. Don't forget, there's also an operating component. So we have to consider that. So my apologies to the chair, because if you are looking at 50% of the bottom end of that range, then he's quite correct. But there is other costs that need to be factored in. And I would note that some of our comparator municipalities at the upper tier fund 0% of unwarranted ones. So we have already, the policy of us doing 50% is more progressive, depending on your opinion, than some others. So that being said, 1% on the levy for a household now translates to about $30 to $32 on an average household. That's very, very round numbers.
Yeah. And about $150,000 on a municipality is about $4, if I'm not, that's what staff told me at the town. What I'm trying to say is that this benefits me, yes, but after listening to Mr. Glass's statement, I hold myself accountable. Now I'm raising $31 on each taxpayer in every municipality? Is that what is clear? I can't do that. And whoever is giving me a rebuttal, I would love to hear that.
So through the chair, that $30 to $32 is based on the higher end plus the operating and maintenance. It could be less than that if the intersections that came forward were at the lower end in any given year. So that's why it's very tough to say. And again, it also depends on the uptake. So if you only have the 5 Lakeshore Durham uptaking and not the other 3. So we can't commit to exactly how much this would be because it could change in any given year. That being said, a full percentage is about that $32. If it's a 0.5%, it would be, $15, $16. So all I can give you is these general ranges, because as many have pointed out, it very much depends on the circumstance of the request that the local council would bring forward to the regional council.
So the problem I have is, through you, Chair, and just give me 30 seconds on this. The Brooklyn residents definitely needs it. The need is very, very high there. I know that. That's been repeated again and again. My problem is that I feel very much accountable after listening to Mr. Glass that we're spending $15 per resident versus $4 of Whitby taxpayers. So I'm adding additional $10 on my Whitby taxpayers. So the maths is not adding up. And I did talk to other councillors who were my own Whitby councillors. My colleague is, I'm neutral on this, but the math is not adding up. So to Commissioner Ramesh, I don't want to say your last name and say it incorrectly, so my apologies. Can you tell me how many unwarranted are on your table right now within the region and 8 municipalities?
Through the chair, I'll answer the question, but there's no such thing as an unwarranted list. What we have is a list of, we have about 10,000 unsignalized intersections in the region, as you know, there's many. But we have a list of about 300 plus, which is, these are intersections, we monitor it, call it the watch list. And that's come through many sources. From our own traffic data sources, we know it'll be a matter of time before it'll meet the warrant. Coming from the public, coming from residents, coming from councillors. So that list is about 300 plus. And again, I wouldn't call it the unwarranted list, it's our watch list.
Mr. Chair, I'm worried about additional $10 or $11 that I will be putting on my taxpayers. I find myself very accountable, although I regret to not support it, but like I said, I'm agreeing with Mayor Foster on this, is what have we agreed today which will add up to the next budget? We are accountable for every money that we're spending, and especially, I was horrified to listen to Mr. Glass's statement because he was right. And the fact of the matter is, I didn't ask him questions because I didn't have any. I'm guilty if I pass this. I'll end my rant. Thank you, Chair, for this.
Thank you. And before I go to Councillor Leahy said that maybe we should just change the warrants, but they're not regional warrants. They're provincial highway traffic warrants, aren't they?
Yeah, our warrants are based on the Ontario Traffic Manual, but through the chair, some of the agencies post Vision Zero mindset have gone back and looked at whether the criteria are really contemporary, because the OTM is quite rigid, and they haven't made many changes, in the world of Vision Zero and active transportation and so on. So certainly that's something we have in the books to review our existing warrants to make it a little more liberal, because the Ontario Traffic Manual warrants are minimum. And obviously the one important thing is to have consistency, given we do have claims when things go wrong.
Councillor Leahy on the amendment.
Thank you, Chair Henry. So again, just for clarity's sake, thanks, after the Chair Henry mentioned that. So we have it within our authority to look and adjust those warrants if we, especially under Vision Zero requirements, if we want to, correct?
Yes.
Yes, so that's where that discussion is. That's what's in our jurisdiction, and we're able to do that. And again, just for clarity's sake, just because everyone's throwing around a lot of numbers here, so the region's already on the hook for 50% of that. So let's say it's 600,000 a light, which is more than any of the lights that have been installed in Whitby in the last 5 years. They were all 500,000 or less. So let's say it's 600,000 a light. So 300,000 is already paid for by the region of 2.4 million, if all 8 have it, and we know all 8 won't have it. That was just a whole equitable approach. So that 300,000 that's already warranted, that's going to be paid for by the region, does that come out of a reserve, or is that, where does that money come from?
Ms. Taylor.
So through the chair, our roads program on the capital side is funded by a number of sources. So it depends if it's as part of so for example, a regional signalization on a regional intersection, if it's growth-related, development charges come into play. So it all depends on the type and generation of it. There are reserve funds that get pulled into Councillor Nicholson's comment to fund capital. However, as Finance and Admin Committee is aware, when we did our 10-year capital this year in the budget that you saw reflected, we are drawing significantly, if not in its entirety, on many of those reserve funds, and we are not maintaining our we are not maintaining our pavement condition index. So I would suggest to you that ultimately the source would still be the taxpayer, whether it's coming out of a reserve fund that's funded by a taxpayer that's being depleted, that would then need to be replaced or used directly from a tax base.
No, I appreciate that. So as we hear, so multiple things, it can come development charge, come from other cards, and we're already paying for half. So I think what's important in the message is that not all 8 are going to be built, but everyone has the option to put up from an equitable perspective so that everyone has the same option. 2.4 million jobs. So at best, if every municipality did it every year, it would be an incremental 2.4 at best.
No, your math is wrong.
If it's 600 intersection and 8 of them,
No, this
it's only half.
motion says we pay for, the region pays for all of it.
Well, we currently pay for half, so the incremental is the half.
But we don't do 8 a year.
Understood. But that's all that this motion's talking about, one per municipality.
So sorry, I don't.
No,
go
I
back and
understand.
forth, But the math says that if this motion passes, 100% of the cost is picked up by the region.
Correct.
100%.
Yeah. But today, our cost is we pay half.
Policy is going forward from today if this passes. The past is the past.
But if it doesn't pass, then that's still the current, and we're still paying half.
It'll still be the other way, yes.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to make it clear on the incremental delta, that's all.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Foster, on the amendment.
Thanks, Chair. So on the amendment, I appreciate the effort on the amendment, and I would support the amendment, but I cannot support the motion. So you're going to see me vote against both. And whether it's a point on the next budget, or a half a point, or a quarter point on the budget, we haven't looked at what priorities are. So there's a percentage amount that we are going to be able to put on the budget or not. Yeah, this is going to take up part of that. And should it come from social services, homelessness? Should it come from police? We haven't had that debate. So, truthfully, this should be coming forward as part of a budget so we can take a look at the overall desires, strategic direction of council. But unless we're willing to have unlimited increases, potentially, I know that we are not, this has to take away from something else because we don't have more money than we know what to do with. So great on the amendment, love it, but I'm going to vote against it because I'm going to vote against the motion. Thank you.
Mayor Roy.
Thank you very much. And first and foremost, I want to apologize for, oops, did I lose you?
No.
Okay. I want to apologize first. It is graduation day, and both Councillor Mackay and I are off to 2 graduations, but I'm finished. I do want to ask through to the Commissioner, how many, I know how many unwarranted requests there are, but by this motion, what it does is it puts 8 unwarranted intersections each year into place. How many unwarranted lights have we put in 2023 or 2024?
As I said, we have 19 unwarranted signals, and they've been put over the last decade plus. So, but I think in 2023, maybe 2.
Okay, so then we're adding now 8 per year, and I'm doing math now. I'm doing the new math, and 8 per year now is adding on substantially onto our budget. So that's the first component of it. But the second part of what is really being missed here is the ask from Whitby Council in our correspondence today was for support for an unwarranted light that is going to be put into place as the construction is happening. And the request from Whitby Council was for $150,000. So I'm like very perplexed that we're going to expand out something without actually having full context from our staff to give the support and allowing us to really take a look across the region. What is really our needs across the region? We're having this debate on the floor. We're going from 150,000, which we know is the amount, with 8,000 per year in operating, to the potential of $2 to $4 million with the addition of operating for all these lights. It's not a good going forward. The residents of Brooklyn are simply asking for the light to be installed. We committed to that through a Monday night with the finalization of the report. That report sits in front of council members and the correspondents here at the region, which I had asked to make sure that it was included. But now we're expanding it out where we should be bringing it back to our municipalities and actually reflecting on what is needed within each one of our municipalities. That's it, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Kerr.
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify this position for me, currently, if traffic lights on regional roads are warranted, the region pays for 100%. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And if they're deemed unwarranted, they either are not put in, or if the municipality really wants this, then the municipality is asked to cover half of that cost. That's the current policy?
Yes.
I'm having trouble understanding how that's not fair. Because if Brock doesn't have any need for lights and they don't want them, they aren't going to get them and they don't need them. And if it's not warranted, but the municipality really wants it, it seems to me to be reasonable that they should chip in and get it. It's all the same taxpayer, but it's the reason, the municipality's desire, and maybe they should chip in. I don't know why that's not unfair. I understand why this is, wanted to go forward, but I don't know. I was going to support this, but I think the current position is reasonable. I think the municipalities ought to chip in if they really want it. So, thank you.
Okay, so that exhausts on the amendment. Is there a need for a recorded vote on the amendment? There you go. Okay. So everyone's aware of what they're voting for, and we're voting on the amendment. Okay. Is there a recorded vote on the amendment? Councillor Nicholson was called for a recorded vote on the amendment. Mr. Clerk, when you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the amendment is starting now.
So the amendment carries. So now we're on to the main motion. Pardon? 1 second, please. Yeah. Is there any questions on the main motion? I have some that I would like to ask the Commissioner and to legal, but I'll let members of council go first. Okay, seeing none. To the Commissioner, do we have enough capacity with the staff complement we have now to deal with the construction of any more traffic lights?
That'll have to be reflected in the 2025 budget. I would expect at least one FTE to develop. Like today we do about 20 to 25 signals, and we have like 2 or 3 signal specialists. And if you're talking about 8 more, I'm assuming it's going to be in addition to this 20 to 25. I would be looking at least one FTE as a request.
So, Mr. Hunt, if this motion passes, I don't know what's going to happen. The question is that unwarranted traffic lights, if the research hasn't been done to justify the lights being put in, there's a number of things that have to be done to justify a set of lights. Or any kind of intersection stop, whatever. If you just decide to put a set of lights up because the neighborhoods come together and say we need a set of lights, what's the legal liability to the municipality or the region?
So it's definitely an important consideration in any motor vehicle traffic accident where there is a claim against the road owner, which would be the region or the local municipality. I can tell you that in defending that, we rely very heavily on the Ontario Traffic Manual and on standards such as the standards that are present in the warrants to defend the decisions that the region makes as to when to put safety features on a road. And if we don't have the benefit of those community standards, and community standard is a legal term that the courts use, then it can be difficult to defend those claims and defend why, for example, there might be a safety feature in one area and not in another that might actually have the same features and criteria. So when we rely on standards, we know that wherever there's an intersection that meets the warrant, there will be a light. But if we are not relying on those standards, we could have the situation where there are intersections that might meet traffic standards in one area that have a light and others they don't. And that could create a situation where we have difficulty defending ourselves, or the locals may have difficulty defending themselves.
Back to the commissioner, there are a number, and I think the best example is as you go up into Port Perry now at the intersection of Reach, there's a new set of traffic lights going in there as we speak. But there are lots of rural areas where somebody may decide to have a set of traffic lights where there is no underground infrastructure at all to support that. How do you get the appropriate challenges you need to build that? It's a redundant question, don't worry about it. Okay, on this item, on the main motion, Councillor Yamada, you kind of closed before, but I'm feeling good today, so I will come back to you. So Mayor Ash.
I move the question be put.
Okay, if you get seconded by Mayor Barton already got his hand up. So I'm putting the question, Mr. Clerk. It takes 2/3 recorded vote called by Councillor Nicholson. So I'll have to do a recorded vote to make it easier for you, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. On the motion to call the question, recorded vote is starting now. Just note in the system, Councillor Nicholson, you've cast a vote as conflict.
He says he hit no.
Double check here. That carries.
Okay, so the percentage, 2/3, Mr. Clerk. We have the 2/3, so calling the question carries. Recorded vote was called on the item, Mr. Clerk. I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk, who called the recorded vote? Councillor Yamada called the recorded vote. Okay, I'll call the vote now.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Recorded vote on the notice of motion as amended is starting now.
So it failed. Okay, Mr. Clerk, there is no unfinished business. Announcements. Counselor Neal.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. I have a sad note and I have a happy note. The sad note is Lauren Booth Goodman passed away peacefully at the age of 99 years old. Lauren was, after graduation, he enlisted in the Canadian Army. He served in France, Belgium, and Holland. He was wounded in the Battle of Scheldt. Lauren returned to Oshawa in April of 1946, where he had the plumbing business. He was just honored with the Legion of Honor from the Republic of France on his 99th birthday, which he just turned, as a matter of a few weeks ago. So he was also honored with a street in his name by the city of Oshawa. However, that is the highest honor that is awarded to a World War II vet by France. And Lauren just received that. And he was always at Remembrance Day ceremonies. And we're going to miss him at Canada Day in Columbus, which I know you, Mr. Chair, used to talk to him on Canada Day. And the other nice event is Her Excellency, the Right Honorable Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada, presented the Meritus Service Medal in Rideau Hall in Ottawa to Oshawa's Marlene Grass, founder of the Charles H. Best Diabetes Center. The center was founded by Grass in 1989. Today it supports more than 2,000 children and adults living with type 1 diabetes. Marlene Grass, who founded the center in 1989 to offer support and treatment to children and adults with type 1 diabetes in Durham region. So congratulations to Marlene. And I know Durham region appreciates all that she's done for in the cause of especially children with diabetes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Counselor Marin Pietri.
Mr. Chair, last week was a really exciting week, and I know I saw you enjoying the week in Oshawa. I saw a number of staff members and council colleagues. I traveled with Mayor Carter and Councillor Chapman and locally Councillor Lee. And the four of us encountered you and others in the community at numerous pavilions. I wanted to make the announcement today for a few reasons that, obviously it was a 50th anniversary year, much like the region's 50th. The Oshawa Folk Arts Council is made up of very, very dedicated volunteers. And there are thousands of people that attend what is one of Canada's most exciting and most enriching cultural festivals, and I think the region's best. It is 50 years, and it wouldn't happen without these volunteers that celebrate their multicultural heritage, showcase the culinary sort of excellence that they have, and the performances by students that are within their exam period is very, very important to recognize just how much goes into that commitment that they are juggling, their own lives as well as part-time jobs and their school in academic sort of responsibilities, and then performing. So with them, obviously the folks that are in the kitchen, those that are organizing, I think it's important to recognize just how amazing our region is, how diverse it is, and how important this cultural festival has been for 50 years. And I hope that anyone that may have enjoyed it or missed it this year takes a look at the calendar next year and joins the five of us and whoever else was able to attend in celebrating Fiesta Week in Oshawa. And I thank you again for the opportunity to be able to recognize those volunteers and the thousands that have come up to and come out to enjoy year after year this amazing festival in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. Councillor Lee. Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Lee. Councillor Shahid.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, just wanted to say that I'm very, very happy and congratulations to all the graduates from kindergarten to all the way to university, so whatever they're graduating in. I had the pleasure to be at St. Clair's graduation this morning, and it was a beautiful sight. So my son graduated grade 8 this year, and I am just wishing everybody congratulations on that. Thank you. That'll be all from me. Happy summer.
Councillor Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm having some technical difficulties. I'll try to make this quick. It's very rare when personal achievement and professional achievement come together. So this summer,
Okay. Councillor Kerr?
I hope I can get through this without freezing up. Yeah, who knows? I don't know. It's always a significant event when an organization reaches a 100-year anniversary. And last Saturday, the mayor and I were privileged to be asked to attend and speak at the 100th anniversary of the Ukrainian Pentecostal Church, now known as Grace Church. And 100 years of service. Oshawa has a very large Ukrainian community. And when you think of that, you know, they've not only taken care of those people that were born and raised here, but those people who have come here to Canada to seek a safer life for themselves and their families to come. So after World War I, during the Depression, after World War II, and today, and today's days of trouble and strife, they continue to open their arms and show acceptance and love and compassion for those people who are in need of it. And so all the best to the last 100 years, but also a wish for the next 100 years for Grace Church. Thank you very much.
Councillor Chapman?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So one past event, I'd just like to thank you, Mayor Ash, Mayor Roy, for joining me on Saturday at Camp Samek for the Métis Festival celebration as part of Indigenous Recognition Month. It was very well turned out. It was great to have it out in the open there at Camp Samek, beautiful Camp Samek in Oshawa. Now, my next is, I know we're all having Canada Day celebrations and various things, but I don't want to take away from Mayor Watton or Councillor McDougall, because I just want to recognize that Port Perry does it right in the fact that, especially this year being the 80th anniversary of D-Day, they have a parade down Main Street, and part of it is vets in vets, meaning veterans in Corvettes. I've been there a couple of times, and I've been honored to be invited this year as a reviewing officer in my position as colonel of the regiment. But it's just something to note for Port Perry. I think it's a great parade, and it's a great day, and I know everybody else is going to have something fantastic in their own thing, but I thought in talking to Mayor Watton earlier today, I thought I would bring that up and let everybody know. I think it's a great job that Port Perry does in recognizing our veterans on Canada Day. And as we may or may not know, Newfoundland is doing that. They don't call it Canada Day in the first half of it. They're repatriating a unknown soldier from the First World War and reburying it in their capital city in a big monument, and that's being done on Canada Day as well. Thank you, sir.
Mayor Schumer?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just take this opportunity to wish everybody on council a happy Canada Day and yourself. And just remind everybody, if you want to come up for a great little party, we've got one in both Cannington and Beaverton.
What time does the one in Beaverton start, Mayor Schumer?
The parade gets going at about noon.
Well, what time's pancakes start?
Pancakes, I think that's 9 o'clock, but I might be confusing it with Cannington. Both have pancake breakfast that day.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Ash?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Everyone's invited to Durham's Best Firework Celebration in Pickering on Monday evening. But Councillor Lee has given me his announcement.
Okay.
So this summer, his professional and his personal talents will come together as he participates in the Smokes Poutine eating competition on August the 10th. And he says, and I quote, "I'm going to win and bring the trophy back to Ajax, where the head office is situated." So I think we can all relax that we have the official announcement from Councillor Lee on the poutine eating contest at, is it Smoke Street? Yeah, so that's it.
So, the next would be bylaws, Mayor Ash.
Thank you. It's moved by myself and second by Councillor Barton that bylaws number 2024, oh, wrong one, sorry. Bylaws 2024-031 to 2024-038 inclusive be passed.
Okay. Moved and seconded on the bylaws. All those in favor? Opposed? The confirming bylaw, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's moved by myself and again second by Mayor Barton. The bylaw number 2024-039 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the Council of the Regional Municipality of Durham held their meeting on the 26th day of June 2024 be passed.
Okay. On the confirming bylaw, all those in favor? Opposed? And before I call for a motion to adjournment, I wish you all a great summer and a great Canada Day. But on Canada Day, please take the opportunity to thank all the volunteers that make work in each community. We'll have police officers, paramedics, firefighters, in some cases soldiers, in different communities. We will still have support staff in all our facilities, making sure everything that works. And some of them won't get Canada Day with their family because they're at work. So please keep them in your thoughts and make sure you thank your volunteers in your communities. And I wish you all a great Canada Day. I'm looking for a motion to adjournment. Councillor Kerr, seconded by Councillor Wu. On adjournment. All those in favor? In opposition? None, that carries. Please remember to pick up all your junk.